You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I found an old dashcam memory card on the side of the highway. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The clicking sound started before I noticed the card. Not loud, not dramatic, just a faint, rhythmic tick, like something plastic tapping against something harder every few seconds. It didn't belong to anything I could see. My car engine idled steady. The radio was low, some late-night talk show host droning about gas prices. Outside, the shoulder of Interstate 80 stretched into a dim smear of asphalt and gravel, the kind of place where things end up and don't get picked back up. Tick. I leaned forward over the steering wheel, listening. Tick. It was coming from underneath. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet made it worse. No hum, no vibration, just that tiny, stubborn sound, irregular now, like it had noticed I was paying attention. I opened the door and stepped out into the cold air. It had that flat, dusty smell highways get at night, rubber, old oil, and the faint sweetness of dry grass beyond the guardrail. My headlights were still on, angled down toward the shoulder, catching bits of litter and a torn plastic bag that shivered whenever a truck blasted past in the far lane. I crouched. The ticking stopped. I stayed there longer than I needed to, one hand on the door, feeling a little stupid. Then I saw it. A small black rectangle, half wedged in the gravel, just under my front bumper. It looked like part of the road at first, just another piece of debris, but the edges were too clean. I reached under, fingers brushing cold plastic, and pulled it out. A micro SD card, still in its adapter. I turned it over in my palm. There was a faint scratch across one side, like it had been scraped along something rough. No label, no writing, just generic black plastic, the kind you buy in a pack of 3 at a gas station. Behind me, a semi roared past, the wind tugging at my jacket. I straightened up and looked around, instinctively scanning the shoulder, the ditch beyond the guardrail, the empty stretch of road in both directions. Nothing moved except the plastic bag. Probably fell out of someone's dash cam, I said out loud, just to hear something human. The word hung there a second longer than it should have. Dash cam. I slipped the card into my jacket pocket and got back in the car. The seat was still warm. I sat there for a moment, engine off, listening for the ticking again. It didn't come back. My name's Erin Pike. I'm 32, and I fix things that aren't technically broken, mostly computers, sometimes cameras, occasionally whatever someone's kid spilled juice into. I work out of a small repair shop in Sacramento called Delta Tech Solutions, which sounds more official than it is. Mostly, it's just me, a back room full of tools, and people walking in with problems they don't want to think about. I was on the road that night because my sister had called earlier, asking if I could swing by Reno the next day to look at her laptop. It's making a noise, she said, which could mean anything from a failing hard drive to a loose fan, or just the psychological effect of knowing something might be wrong. I'd finished a late job, grabbed coffee that tasted burnt enough to keep me awake, and decided to make the drive halfway. Cut the trip down, get a cheap motel, start fresh in the morning. Simple. That was the plan. I started the car again, merging back onto the highway. The road stretched ahead, black and empty, except for the occasional pair of headlights far off in the distance. The radio crackled and picked up static, then settled into a country station I didn't recognize. I kept one hand on the wheel, the other slipping into my jacket pocket, fingers brushing the memory card again. It felt heavier than it should have. I didn't look at it right away. There's a kind of rule I've picked up over the years. If something doesn't need to be urgent, don't make it urgent. People rush into problems all the time. They plug things in before checking the voltage, open files without scanning them, assume that curiosity is harmless. It usually is. So I drove. About 40 minutes later, I pulled into a gas station just off the highway. The kind with flickering fluorescent lights and a single board cashier behind thick glass. 2 pumps were occupied, one by a pickup with a trailer, the other by an older sedan with its hood up, and no one in sight. I parked near the building, killed the engine, and sat there for a moment. The ticking didn't come back. I reached into my glove compartment and pulled out a small USB adapter. Habit. I keep one on me for exactly this kind of thing. People bring in cards all the time, asking what's on them, whether something can be recovered. I turned the memory card over again, this time under the harsh white light spilling from the gas station. Still no markings. Could be nothing, I muttered. Could be somebody's commute. Or it could be something someone lost in a hurry. I stepped out of the car and headed inside first, buying a bottle of water and a stale sandwich I wasn't sure I'd eat. The cashier barely looked at me. The place smelled like burnt coffee and cleaning solution. Back outside, the air felt colder. That's when I noticed the sedan. The hood was still up, engine dark. No hazard lights. No one nearby. I hesitated, then walked over. "Hey," I called out, keeping my voice casual. "You need a hand?" No answer. I got closer, peering into the driver's seat. Empty. Passenger seat too. The keys were still in the ignition. That wasn't normal. I straightened up and looked around the lot again. Just the pickup truck, still fueling. The driver, a man in a baseball cap, stood with his back to me, scrolling on his phone. "Excuse me," I called. "You see someone with this car?" He glanced over, squinting like he had to process the question. "Been here a while," he said. "Didn't see anyone." "How long?" He shrugged. 10, 15 minutes. I looked back at the sedan. The engine block was cold, no heat rising off it. I hovered my hand near it just to be sure. Cold. So it had been sitting longer than that. "Maybe they went inside," he added, already turning back to his phone. "Yeah," I said, "maybe. But I'd just come from inside." I walked back to my car slowly, more aware of the space around me than before. The hum of the highway felt louder now, like it was pressing in instead of just passing by. I got in, closed the door, and locked it without thinking. The memory card sat on the center console where I'd placed it. Under the overhead light, it looked even more ordinary. Just a piece of plastic. Something forgettable. Except it was. Not really. I picked it up again and slid it into the USB adapter. For a second, I just held it there, hovering over my laptop bag on the passenger seat. There's a point where something stops being casual curiosity and starts becoming a decision. I've learned to recognize that line. Usually, I step back from it. That night, I didn't. I pulled the laptop out, flipped it open, and powered it on. The screen glowed blue in the dim interior of the car, reflecting faintly in the windshield. As it booted up, I glanced again at the sedan across the lot. Still empty, still quiet. And for a brief moment, so quick I almost convinced myself it didn't happen, I thought I saw something move in the back seat, a shape shifting, not fast, not dramatic, just adjusting, like someone settling. I blinked, leaned forward, squinting through the glare. Nothing, just shadows. Get a grip, I muttered. The laptop chimed softly, ready. I plugged in the adapter. The system hesitated, then recognized the device. One folder appeared, no name, just a string of numbers. I didn't click it, not yet. Instead, I leaned back in the seat, looking past the screen at the gas station, the empty sedan, the dark stretch of road beyond. There was a choice sitting in front of me. Not a big, dramatic one. Just a small fork in the road. Close the laptop. Drop the card at the counter. Tell the cashier someone left something behind. Drive off. Forget it. Or open the folder. See what was on it. Maybe it was nothing. But the keys were still in that car. And I was pretty sure engines don't go cold in 15 minutes. I hovered the cursor over the folder, listening to the faint hum of my laptop fan, the distant rush of traffic, the quiet, almost imperceptible creak of the gas station signs swaying in the wind. Then I pulled my hand back. Not yet. I needed to decide. I didn't open the folder, not right away. Instead, I closed the laptop halfway so the screen dimmed but didn't shut off completely. The glow still lit up the inside of the car, faint and cold. I sat there, fingers resting on the edge of the keyboard, listening. The sedan across the lot didn't move. No door opening. No shadow shifting. Just that same still shape under the flickering light. I checked the time. 12:14 a.m. If someone had stepped away for a minute, they should have been back by now. Picked up my phone and dialed the non-emergency line for the county sheriff. It rang longer than I expected. When someone finally answered, her voice was calm, practiced. Placer County Sheriff's Office. What's your location? I'm at a gas station off I-80, about 20 miles past Auburn, heading east, I said. There's a car here with the keys still in it. No driver. Engine's cold. There was a brief pause while she typed something. How long has the vehicle been unattended? Not sure exactly. At least 15 minutes, probably longer. Any signs of a disturbance, broken glass damage, anything like that? No, just empty. Another pause. All right, sir. We can have a unit swing by, but it may take some time. Are you able to remain on scene? I looked at the road again. The emptiness. The slow blink of the gas station lights. Yeah, I said before I really thought about it. I can stay. Thank you. If anything changes, call us back immediately. The line clicked off. I set the phone down and leaned back in my seat. That should have been it. Wait, let someone else handle it. That's the smart move. But the memory card was still there, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't random. I opened the laptop again. The folder sat there, unchanged. A string of numbers that meant nothing on its own. I clicked it. Inside were video files. Dozens of them. Each labeled with timestamps, dates, and times that stretched back over the last 3 days. Dashcam footage. Okay, I said quietly. So someone's been driving. I clicked the most recent file. It took a second to load, then the screen shifted to a familiar angle low, slightly wide, the kind you get from a camera mounted on a windshield. Nighttime. Headlights cutting through dark road. A stretch of highway that looked familiar. I leaned closer. The video was silent for a moment, then audio kicked in faint engine noise, the hum of tires on asphalt, and something else. A voice. Male. Late 20s, maybe. American accent, a little rough at the edges. Still behind me, he said. There was a long pause, like he was listening to something. Yeah, I see you. The camera angle didn't change, but I could see faint reflections in the windshield. A second set of headlights, far back but steady. The driver shifted slightly, the view wobbling. "Look, man, I don't know what you want." I didn't. He cut himself off. A turn signal clicked. The car drifted into another lane. The headlights behind him followed. I felt something tighten in my chest. "Okay," the driver said, voice lower now. "Okay, you're really doing this." He reached forward, his hand briefly entering frame, and adjusted something on the dash. The camera angle dipped slightly. For a second, the reflection sharpened. The car behind him was closer now, too close for comfort on an empty highway. The driver let out a short breath, almost a laugh, but there was no humor in it. All right, let's see." The footage skipped. Not a glitch, more like a hard cut. The timestamp jumped forward. Now the car was off the highway, a smaller road, no streetlights, just darkness and the narrow beam of headlights. The engine noise had changed lower, rougher, like he'd slowed down. "Not here," he muttered, too exposed. The headlights behind him were still there, closer. I glanced up instinctively, my eyes snapping to the real road outside the gas station. For a second, the overlap between the video and reality made my head feel off, like I was looking at two places at once. I shook it off and looked back at the screen. The driver's breathing was louder now. "Come on," he said under his breath. "Come on, just pass me." The car behind didn't. Instead, it edged closer. Then the video cut again. This time, it came back to the car parked, not moving. The camera was still running, angled slightly upward now, like the mount had been knocked loose. The headlights were off. Total darkness, except for a faint glow from somewhere outside the frame. The driver wasn't in his seat. The door was open, and there was a sound, footsteps, gravel crunching, close, too close. "Hey," the driver's voice said off camera. "You've been following me for," a second voice cut in. Low, controlled. "You shouldn't have taken it," the driver laughed, quick and sharp. "I don't even know what you're talking about, man. You've got the wrong, don't." The word landed hard. The footsteps stopped. There was a long pause. Then the camera shifted suddenly, like something hit the car. The angle dipped further, catching a sliver of the open door and the edge of the road. I leaned forward without realizing it. "Look," the driver said, voice tighter now. "If this is about," a dull thud, a sharp inhale, then silence. Not total silence. There was still wind, faint and distant, but no voices, no movement. The video ran like that for almost a full minute. Then it ended. I sat back slowly, the laptop still open on my knees. The inside of my car felt smaller now. "Okay," I said, quieter this time. "Not nothing. Definitely not nothing." I glanced at the timestamp. That clip had been recorded less than 4 hours ago, which meant I looked up again, straight at the sedan across the lot. Cold engine, keys in the ignition. Back seat maybe not empty. "Shit," I muttered. My phone buzzed. I flinched, grabbing it too fast. Unknown number. I stared at it for a second, then answered. "Hello." There was a pause on the other end. Not silence, just a faint background hum like wind or an open window. Then a voice. "Male, you found it." My grip tightened on the phone. "Who is this?" Another pause. "You shouldn't have taken it." The exact same words from the video. My mouth went dry. "I didn't take anything," I said. "I found a," "Where are you?" The question came fast, cutting me off. "I'm not telling you that." A soft exhale, almost like a laugh. "You're still on the highway," he said, not asking. I didn't respond. "You need to leave," he added, "right now." "Why?" The line crackled slightly. Because you don't understand what you're holding. I looked down at the memory card still plugged into the laptop. I understand enough, I said. There's a guy, someone got hurt. I already called. Did you watch all of it? The question stopped me. No, I said. Then you don't understand anything. The line went quiet for a second longer. Then, he's not the only one who recorded. The call ended. I sat there, phone still pressed to my ear, long after the line went dead. My heart was beating faster now, not from panic exactly, but from something sharper. Focus. The kind you get when things stop being abstract. I looked at the laptop. More files, dozens of them. He's not the only one who recorded. I reached for the trackpad again, pulling up the list. Different timestamps. Some overlapping. Different lengths. Different perspectives. My gaze flicked back to the sedan. If that footage was recent, if that was the same car, then whatever happened out there wasn't finished. And whoever had called me knew I had the card, which meant they knew where it had been, which meant I turned slowly in my seat, scanning the edges of the gas station lot, the dark beyond the lights, the road stretching in both directions. Nothing obvious, but that didn't mean empty. A knock hit my window. I jumped, heart slamming. It was the pickup driver. He leaned down slightly, peering in. You all right? He asked. I rolled the window down halfway. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Why? He jerked his thumb toward the sedan. I think someone's in that car. The words landed heavy. I thought it was empty, I said. So did I, he replied. But I just saw something move. Back seat. My stomach dropped. You sure? He nodded slowly. Yeah, not just shadows. Looked past him at the sedan again. The flickering light made it hard to see clearly. But now that I was looking for it, there was definitely something there. A shape, low, slumped. Could be someone hurt, he said. We should check. I hesitated. Every instinct I had was split right down the middle. Go look. Help. Stay back. Wait for the sheriff. And underneath both of those, leave. Just leave. That private, quiet voice that says you don't need to be part of this. I've listened to that voice before. More than I like to admit. Walked away from things I could have stepped into. Easier that way, safer. The pickup driver shifted his weight. Well, he asked. I looked at the laptop, the memory card, the paused video, then back at the sedan. Okay, I said finally. Yeah, we'll check. I shut the laptop, unplugged the adapter, and slipped the card into my pocket. We stepped out into the cold air together, moving toward the car. The gravel crunched under our shoes, loud in the quiet. Halfway there, I noticed something I hadn't before. The driver's side door of the sedan. It wasn't fully closed, just barely ajar. The gap was small, maybe an inch, but enough. Hey, I said, slowing down. You see that? Yeah, he replied, voice lower now. We stopped a few feet away. No movement, no sound. I reached out slowly and pushed the door open. It creaked, the sound stretching out longer than it should have. Inside, the driver's seat was empty. The keys hung from the ignition, swaying slightly. And in the back, there was someone, a man, slumped sideways against the door, head tilted at an angle that didn't look comfortable. Mid-30s maybe, dark jacket, face partially in shadow. Hey, the pickup driver said, stepping closer. Sir, no response. I leaned in, careful, my eyes adjusting. The man's chest moved, barely. He's alive, I said, then I saw his hands. Zip-tied, tight. And there, on the seat beside him, another dash cam. The pickup driver sucked in a breath. What the hell is this? I didn't answer. Because in that moment, the quiet hum of the highway shifted. Another car was pulling in, headlights sweeping across the lot. slow, deliberate, and it wasn't heading for the pumps. It was heading straight for us. The headlights rolled in slow, cutting across the gravel lot in a wide arc before settling on us. Too steady, not the wandering drift of someone looking for a pump, not the quick, careless swing of someone just pulling in. Deliberate. "Hey," the pickup driver muttered beside me. "That guy, he's not stopping at the pumps. I see it." The sedan's open door cast a long shadow across the ground. The man in the back seat made a faint sound, something between a breath and a groan, barely audible over the hum of the approaching engine. "Help him," I said. "Now." "What?" "Get him out. I'll deal with this." "Deal with? Just do it," I snapped, sharper than I meant to. My voice echoed more than it should have in the open air. The pickup driver hesitated, then leaned into the back seat. "Hey, buddy," he said, voice suddenly softer. "We're gonna get you out, all right." I stepped back, putting space between myself and the sedan, eyes locked on the approaching vehicle. It was a dark SUV. Hard to tell the make under the dim lights, but newer, clean, no visible damage. The driver didn't turn off the headlights. They stayed on us. On me. I felt it in my chest, that tight, focused awareness again. My brain running ahead of itself, mapping options. Gas station building to my left. About 20 feet. Glass front, one door, my car behind me. Maybe 30 feet, the highway beyond the pumps. Open, but exposed. "Keys," I said suddenly, turning back to the sedan. "Take the keys." "Why? Just take them." The pickup driver reached into the ignition, yanked the keys free. The soft jingle sounded too loud. The SUV slowed even more. "Hey," I called out, stepping forward a few paces, forcing my voice to carry. "We've got someone hurt here. We already called it in." No response. The SUV idled forward, then stopped, about 15 feet away. The engine kept running. The driver's side door didn't open. "Maybe they're calling for help too," the pickup driver said, but there was no conviction in it. "Maybe," I said, but I didn't believe it. First attempt, call it in, wait it out. I pulled my phone out again and redialed the sheriff's office. It rang once, twice, then dropped. "No service," I muttered, checking the signal, one bar flickering. "Try again," the pickup driver said. "I am." This time it connected, but the line was full of static. "Hello, location again. I'm at the gas station off I-80. There's another vehicle here now possible." The line crackled, then went dead. I stared at the screen. "Did you get through?" he asked. "Not really." "Great." Behind us, the man in the sedan made another sound. Louder this time. His head shifted slightly, knocking against the window. "Hey," the pickup driver said, urgency creeping in. "He's coming around." "Then get him out," I said. "We can't leave him in there." "What about?" He jerked his chin toward the SUV. I looked back at it, still idling, still watching. "Just move," I said. We worked fast. The pickup driver climbed halfway into the back seat, fumbling with the zip ties. "I don't have anything to cut these," he said. "Use this," I said, handing him my multi-tool from my pocket. He snapped it open, hands shaking slightly. The man in the back seat stirred again, eyes fluttering but not fully opening. "Hey," I said, leaning in from the other side. "Can you hear me?" A faint nod. Or maybe just a twitch. "Stay with us," I said. "We're getting you out." The pickup driver sawed through the plastic ties. They snapped with a sharp crack. "Got it." We pulled the man forward, easing him out of the car. He was heavier than he looked, dead weight in a way that made my arms strain almost immediately. "Easy," the pickup driver said. "Watch his head." We dragged him a few feet away from the sedan, laying him down on the gravel. Up close, I could see more detail. A bruise spreading along his jaw. Blood dried at the corner of his mouth. His wrists were raw where the ties had dug in. "He's been like this a while," I said. "Yeah." The man's eyes opened halfway. He looked at me unfocused. "You," he rasped. "Yeah," I said. "We found you. You're okay." He shook his head weakly. "No, no, you don't." His gaze shifted past me to the SUV, his body tensed. "Go," he whispered. "You need to." A car door slammed. Second attempt to confront, control the situation. The SUV's driver had stepped out. Male, mid-30s maybe, tall, lean build, dark jacket. No rush in his movements. He walked around the front of the vehicle, hands visible, empty. "Evening," he said, his voice carried easily. "Calm, too calm. We've already called the sheriff," I said, standing up slowly. "You should keep your distance." He nodded, like I'd said something reasonable. "Of course," he said. "That's probably for the best." He stopped about 10 feet away from us. His eyes flicked to the man on the ground, then to me. "You found him," he said. "Yeah, and you found the card." My chest tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about." He smiled slightly. "Sure you do." The pickup driver shifted beside me. "Look, man," he said. "If you know this guy, he needs help. He's hurt." "I know," the man said. "I'm trying to help him." By zip-tying him, I shot back. The smile faded just a fraction. "That wasn't my doing," he said, "but I can explain it. If you'll just..." The injured man made a sound. Louder this time. Urgent. "No," he croaked. "Don't listen." The man from the SUV took a step forward. "Hey," I said sharply. "Stop right there." He did. For a second, no one moved. The gas station lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere behind us, the wind rattled a loose sign. "I don't want this to get complicated," the man said. "Give me the card, and I'll leave. You can stay out of it." "Out of what?" I asked. He tilted his head slightly. "You've already watched some of it, haven't you?" I didn't answer. "That's unfortunate," he said. "It means you're involved now, whether you like it or not." The pickup driver let out a short breath. "Man, I don't know what's going on. But then you should walk away," the man said, not even looking at him. That did it. "Yeah, no," I said. "We're not doing that." The man's gaze snapped back to me. There was something different in it now, not anger, calculation. "All right," he said quietly. For a split second, I thought he was reaching for something. My body reacted before my brain caught up. I grabbed the pickup driver's arm and yanked him back. "Get down." We both dropped, instinct kicking in. But nothing happened. No gunshot. No sudden movement. When I looked up again, the man was just standing there, hands still empty. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "That wasn't necessary," he said. I realized what I'd done. The way I'd overreacted. The pickup driver looked at me, eyes wide. "You thought..." "I know," I muttered. "I thought..." Misdirection. My brain filling in gaps, expecting the worst. The man from the SUV watched us, something almost amused flickering across his face. "See," he said, "you're already letting this get to you." I pushed myself back up, jaw tight. "Stay where you are," I said. The injured man grabbed my sleeve. Weak, but insistent. "Listen," he said, voice rough. "There's more cards." "I know," I said. "We saw the dash cam." He shook his head, frustrated. "No, you don't get it. Multiple cars. They rotate," his words slurred slightly. "Rotate what?" I asked. "Cameras, drivers. They follow record what?" He tried to sit up, winced. "People like you," he said. "People who pick things up. People who notice." A chill worked its way through me, slow and deliberate. "That doesn't make any sense," the pickup driver said. "It doesn't have to," the man replied weakly. "It just has to work." The man from the SUV took another step forward. Enough, he said. His tone had changed. Flat, final. We're done talking. Everything tightened at once. The space, the air, the distance between us. I stood up fully, putting myself between him and the injured man. You're not taking anything, I said. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he sighed. All right, he said, and turned, not toward us, toward the SUV. For a second, I thought he's leaving. He's actually leaving. Maybe that's it, the pickup driver whispered. Maybe he, the man, reached the driver's side door, opened it, and then, instead of getting in, he leaned inside, came back up with something in his hand. Not a gun. A small device, black, rectangular, another dash cam. He held it up slightly. You really should have just driven away, he said. Then he threw it, not at us, past us. It hit the ground near the pumps with a sharp crack, and immediately a high-pitched alarm started blaring. Loud, piercing, continuous. What the hell is that? The pickup driver shouted. I didn't answer, because I recognized the sound. Not exactly, but close enough. A locator, a signal, something meant to be found. The man from the SUV got into his vehicle. Engine revved, and then he was gone, tires kicking up gravel as he sped out of the lot and back onto the highway. The alarm kept screaming. Louder, or maybe it just felt that way. Turn it off, the pickup driver yelled. I don't know how. The injured man grabbed my arm again, panic breaking through the fog. More will come, he said. That's how they track. My stomach dropped. They're not just looking for the card, I said slowly. No, he whispered. They're looking for you. That's when I heard it, in the distance. Faint at first, then clearer. Engines, more than one, coming fast from the highway. I looked at the open road beyond the gas station. 2 sets of headlights appeared, then 3, all turning in, all heading straight for us. The alarm screamed on the pavement behind me. The injured man was barely conscious. The pickup driver looked at me, panic fully set in now. What do we do? I didn't hesitate this time. Inside, I said. Inside. Now. But now, we dragged the injured man toward the gas station building, his feet scraping against the gravel, the sound lost under the rising wail of the alarm and the approaching engines. The glass door loomed ahead, bright, exposed, no cover, no way out the back that I could see. But it was something. We crossed the threshold just as the first of the new vehicles pulled into the lot. The door slammed shut behind us, and I realized too late what we'd just done. We hadn't escaped. We detrapped ourselves. The cashier behind the glass partition looked up from his stool so slowly, it made the whole thing feel worse. He was younger than I'd thought from outside. Maybe 22. Thin, patchy beard, gas station polo half untucked. His name tag said Eli. For one blank second, he just stared at us, me, the pickup driver, and the half-conscious man we were dragging across the tile floor with his shoes leaving gray streaks of gravel and dirt. Then he saw the headlights outside, saw the first SUV stop crooked across the pumps, saw the second vehicle angle in behind it, and whatever bored, late-shift fog he'd been living in vanished from his face. What the hell happened? He asked. Lock the door, I said. He didn't move. Lock it now. That got him going. He slid off the stool and hit the manual lock under the counter. The glass door clicked. It sounded embarrassingly small against the engine noise building outside. We lowered the injured man beside a rack of windshield fluid and cheap phone chargers. He groaned and curled slightly, one hand going to his ribs. The pickup driver bent over, hands on knees, breathing hard. Please tell me there's a back exit. Eli gave a tight shake of his head. Storage room, no outside door. Bathroom window, I asked. Too small. Outside, doors opened. More than one. I crossed to the front windows, staying low. The gas station was laid out simply enough. Front counter facing the pumps. 2 narrow aisles. Coolers along the back wall. Bathrooms and storage room to the right. From the front glass, I could see the whole lot in slices, the pumps, my car parked near the building, the abandoned sedan farther left, the pickup truck near pump 2, and beyond all that the dark mouth of the road leading back up to the interstate ramp. 3 vehicles now, the dark SUV, a white crossover, an older black pickup. I counted 4 men at first. Then a 5th stepped out from the far side of the pickup. Not random, not improvised. They spread without talking much, each one taking in a section of the lot like they'd done this before. The locator alarm still screamed near the pumps, thin and vicious. One of the men walked over and crushed it under his boot. The sound died. The quiet after it felt wrong. Beside me, the injured man forced out words through clenched teeth. Don't let them separate you. What's your name? I asked. He blinked at me like the question took effort. Daniel, he said. Daniel Voss, 34. Male, obviously, though the way the night had gone, that detail felt ridiculous in my head. I was noticing things in fragments now. His split lip, the busted blood vessels in one eye, the way he tried not to move his left side. What is this? I asked him. Who are they? He swallowed hard. Not here. You think we have time for mystery right now? His expression tightened, more shame than fear. I drove for them. That landed hard enough to stop me. The pickup driver straightened. You what? Daniel shut his eyes for a second. I drove. I logged routes. They said it was insurance fraud work at first. Repos, skip tracing, recording handoffs. He gave a short, ragged laugh that hurt him. Then I figured out it wasn't that. Outside, someone rapped once against the glass with their knuckles. Not loud, just enough to let us know they could. Eli flinched so hard he knocked over a display of gum. I crouched lower and looked out. The man from the SUV stood directly in front of the door. Same dark jacket, same calm face. He gave me a small nod, like we were meeting again at a hardware store. Then he lifted a hand and pointed at my jacket pocket. The card. He knew exactly where it was. The first hard choice came fast. We could barricade and wait for law enforcement that might still be 30 minutes out, if they were coming at all. Or we could try to move. But move where? The lot was open, the road was exposed, and those men had already boxed the obvious exits. My private weakness, the one I'd spent years dressing up as practicality, started talking immediately. Cut your losses. Hand over the card. Walk away alive. I've done that before in smaller ways. Let things slide. Told myself it wasn't my business. Avoided stepping into the messy center of something because the edges felt survivable. That voice in me was persuasive because it usually sounded reasonable. Just give it up, it said. You didn't ask for this. Daniel watched my face and somehow knew. If you hand it over, he said quietly, they'll still take the laptop. Phones, dash cam in the car, anything that touched it, then us. The pickup driver looked from him to me. How do you know that? Because I've seen cleanup. The words sat there. Eli whispered, cleanup. No one answered him. The man outside tried the door handle once. Found it locked, then stepped back. A second man moved toward my car. No, I muttered. He crouched near the driver's side window, shining a light through the glass. The laptop was on the front seat. Can they break in? Eli asked. Yes, I said. He nodded too quickly, panic trying to turn into usefulness. Okay, I got. He ducked under the counter and came back with a metal baseball bat. One of those cheap aluminum ones probably kept for drunks or raccoons, or whatever problem a gas station imagines it can solve with one bat. This, the pickup driver stared at it. That's your whole emergency plan. It was that or expired pepper spray. He found the pepper spray too and handed it to me. I checked the label. Expired by 8 months. Still might work, he said. Might. Pickup driver wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. My name's Tom, by the way. It was a strange moment for introductions, but I nodded. Aaron, Tom Bales, he said, 48. He said it like he wanted to anchor himself to something ordinary. Outside, the man by my car stood up. He had the laptop bag now. I hadn't even seen him break the window. I just saw the jagged dark opening and the bag in his hand. That's bad, Eli said unnecessarily. Tom looked at Daniel. You said they rotate cars. How many? Daniel took a breath that shuddered halfway through. Depends on the route. 3, 4 vehicles at a time. Leapfrog positions. 1 close follow, 1 ahead, 1 cleanup, 1 off-grid. They switch plates sometimes. Swap cameras. If something goes wrong, they don't run. They contain. The word made the gas station feel even smaller. The man outside unzipped my bag, checked the laptop, then nodded once toward the SUV driver. They were confirming what they'd recovered. Maybe enough to identify what I'd watched. Maybe not enough. The card was still with me. That mattered. The SUV driver stepped closer to the glass and raised his voice just enough. This does not need to become fatal. Tom let out a sound that was almost a laugh. That's comforting. I said nothing. The man continued. Put the card on the floor. Slide it outside. Then put your hands where I can see them. We take what we need and leave. Daniel tried to push himself up on one elbow and failed with a grimace. Liar. The SUV driver's gaze shifted to him for the first time with real dislike. Not anger, just the colder thing underneath it. You already had your chance, he said. Then he looked back at me. This is your last easy decision. We made our first move 3 minutes later, and it almost worked. The storage room was behind the counter, accessed by a half door and a narrow hallway. No exit, but there was an electrical panel. Eli knew that much because he'd been yelled at once for tripping a breaker with a microwave and a coffee machine running at the same time. The plan was bad, but it was the only one that resembled a plan. Kill the exterior lot lights and front signage. Use the dark and reflected glass to break their line of sight for a few seconds. Slip Daniel into the storage room with Eli. Tom and I circle toward the side windows, check whether one of the vehicles is left open or running, and if there's a gap, we make for it. Not heroic, just desperate. Tom gripped the bat. If one of them comes through the door, hit him once and keep moving, I said. He gave me a quick look. You say that like you've done it before. I haven't. Great. Daniel caught my sleeve again before we moved. There's probably a phone in one of the cars, he said. Burner. Logs, routes, messages. If you get one, don't call from it. Just keep it. Why? Because if they're using the same software as before, it'll show drop points. Storage units, rest stops, intersections. Before, he looked away. That was answer enough. There had been a before. There had been time he could have stopped this and didn't. I understood that better than I wanted to. Eli killed the lights. Everything changed at once. The bright white station interior vanished into a murky wash of emergency glow from the beer coolers and the soda machine. Outside, the lot dropped into darkness, except for vehicle headlights and a weak sodium spill from the road. The front glass turned reflective. Our own shapes floated over the black. Someone outside shouted. A fist hit the door. Now, I said. We moved. Tom and I crouched low along the right side of the store, skirting the chips aisle and the candy rack, then slipped beside the side window near the ice freezer. From there, we could see only part of the lot. The white crossover was closest on this side, parked near the air machine. Driver's door closed, engine running. No one inside that I could see. Promising. Too promising, maybe. Another bang at the front door. Then the crash of something heavy striking glass. Front won't hold long, Tom whispered. We eased the side window open. Only a few inches at first, then more with a protesting squeal. Cold air came in sharp and dusty. Tom winced. They heard that, probably. I swung a leg through first, gravel below, about a 3-foot drop. I landed badly, my right ankle twisting just enough to send a hot stripe of pain up the side of my calf. Not broken, but not good. I bit down hard on the noise. Tom came out after me, heavier, slower. The bat scraped the frame on the way through. Inside, I heard Eli say something in a strained, too loud voice, trying to keep Daniel conscious. We hugged the wall and moved toward the crossover. 10 yards. 8, 5. Then headlights snapped on from the far side of the lot and washed the building in white, not the crossover. The black pickup. They repositioned it without us hearing. Tom froze. Go back. Too late. A man rounded the corner of the building from the front, not the SUV driver. Another one. Broad shoulders, shaved head, flashlight in one hand. He saw us at the same time we saw him. For a split second, everyone paused, each side hoping the other might do something predictable. Tom didn't. He lunged and swung the bat. The hit connected with the man's forearm instead of his head, the kind of bad, glancing strike that makes a thick crack but doesn't finish anything. The flashlight flew. The man shouted and drove forward with all his weight, tackling Tom into the side of the ice freezer. The sound of Tom's shoulder hitting metal made me sick to my stomach. I sprayed the expired pepper spray from 6 feet away. For one horrible instant, nothing happened. Then the stream coughed to life in a weak orange line and caught the man across the face. He reeled back, swearing, hands to his eyes. Tom pushed off the freezer with a raw, ugly sound. His right arm hung wrong. Not dangling, but useless. Shoulder dislocated, maybe. Maybe worse. The failed attempt had given us exactly one new thing. These men could bleed, choke, and go half blind like anyone else. It also tightened everything. Now they knew we'd fight. Now one of us was injured badly enough to slow everyone else. We ran for the crossover anyway. I yanked the driver's handle. Locked, of course. Tom slammed the bat through the side window with his left hand. Glass burst inward. Alarm exploded through the lot. Jesus Christ, he hissed, grabbing for the lock. And then the SUV driver's voice cut across the noise. Enough. He stood near the pumps, a handgun visible now, held low but unmistakable. Not pointed yet, just present. No more pretending. My whole body went cold in a very practical, physical way. Adrenaline narrowing the world to edges and distances, and the heavy fact of what metal can do to bone. Tom went still beside me, breathing in short bursts. From inside the store, Eli screamed. I turned. 2 men had forced the front door. shattered lower pane, reached through, unlocked it. One was halfway inside. Daniel was somewhere beyond the counter with Eli. The SUV driver saw my look. "That's the trade," he said. "Card for survivors. You said this wasn't going to be fatal. It still doesn't have to be." He meant it too, in the way men mean lies they've told themselves enough times to call strategy. What happened next wasn't a plan. It was the kind of choice people make when every clean option is gone. I took the microSD card from my pocket and held it up between two fingers. The SUV driver's attention locked on it. "All right," I said. "You want it?" "Yes," I raised my voice. "Then come get it yourself." And I ran, not away from the building, toward the abandoned sedan. For half a second, the move confused everyone, including me. Then it made sense all at once. Keys, dashcam, the back seat where Daniel had been found. Whatever they'd left in the rush was still in there, unless they'd already cleaned it. The SUV driver shouted something. Men started moving. I reached the sedan, yanked the rear door open, and dove halfway inside. There, on the seat, where we'd seen it before, the second dashcam. Mounted suction cup torn loose, power cable still attached. And under it, a cheap burner phone wedged in the seat crack. Payoff. Daniel had been right. A hand grabbed the back of my jacket and dragged me out so hard my chin cracked against the door frame. White light flashed in my skull. I hit the gravel on one knee, pain punching up through my twisted ankle. One of the men from the pickup hauled me backward, reaching for my fist. The card. I still had it. I shoved my thumb into his eye socket on instinct. Not deep, not dramatic, just enough pressure in a wet, human place no one tolerates well. He screamed and let go. I scrambled sideways, dizzy, and my hand landed on the sedan keys Tom had taken earlier, still on the ground where we dropped them. Another payoff. I don't remember deciding. I just remember doing it. I hit the panic button. The sedan's horn erupted. Lights flashed. Every eye in the lot snapped toward it. Noise layered on noise, car alarm, crossover alarm, men shouting, glass crunching under shoes. Inside the station, someone yelled, "Aaron." I jammed the burner phone and second dash cam into my jacket. Then I threw the microSD card, not at the SUV driver, past him, under the black pickup. His gaze chased it automatically. That tiny movement bought me one breath of time. I lunged into the sedan's front seat, shoved the key into the ignition, and cranked. Nothing. For one dead second, nothing happened. Then the engine caught. The gas gauge sat below empty. Of course it did. But below empty isn't always empty. Sometimes it means fumes and mercy. I slammed it into reverse. A man hit the hood with both hands, yelling. I saw only his mouth and teeth in the flashing light. The sedan lurched backward crookedly, tires spitting gravel, clipping the white crossover's front bumper hard enough to crunch metal and swing its nose sideways toward the pumps. Not fast, not cinematic, just enough. One of the pump bollards took the hit. The crossover shuddered to a stop at an angle that blocked the SUV from pulling forward cleanly. Tom was already moving, half running, half stumbling toward the station entrance with his ruined shoulder tucked tight. Smart, he'd seen it, the gap. I jerked the sedan forward again and drove straight at the open doorway, not into it, just close enough to force the two men inside to retreat from the threshold. One jumped clear. The other clipped his shin on the door frame and went down hard. Out. I yelled. Eli came first, pale and shaking, hauling Daniel under one arm in a hopeless drag. Tom reached them and took Daniel's other side despite the pain that twisted his whole face. The SUV driver had the gun up now. I saw it, saw the angle, saw where he was aiming, not at me, at Daniel. I turned the wheel and stomped the gas. The sedan responded like an old animal in pain. Slow, shuddering, ugly, but enough to force him sideways. He fired once. The shot cracked through the lot, and the rear windshield blew inward in a sparkling burst that showered the back seat. My left ear went flat and ringing. The car skidded, front bumper slamming the SUV driver off his feet, not crushing, not running him down cleanly, just catching his legs and throwing him sideways onto the gravel with a sound I still hear when I'm trying to sleep. The sedan died immediately after. Steam hissed from under the hood. I sat there stunned, hands welded to the wheel. Then Tom was at my door, hauling it open with his good arm. Move, I moved. We got Daniel into the pickup truck, Tom's truck, still near pump 2, keys somehow still in his pocket. Eli climbed in the back with him. I shoved Tom toward the driver's side, but he looked at his hanging shoulder and barked out a bitter laugh. You drive. Of course. I got in, jammed the key home, and the truck started on the first turn. One of the men ran at us from the pumps. I clipped him with the mirror and heard it snap off. We tore out of the lot sideways, fishtailing onto the access road. Behind us, headlights flared. At least one vehicle gave chase. The interstate ramp curved uphill to the left. Ahead, 2 miles maybe, I could see the distant red-blue pulse of emergency lights. Real this time, not imagined, not maybe. Someone had actually come. Keep going, Eli said from the back, voice breaking. Keep going, Daniel was half conscious again. Blood on his teeth when he spoke. Don't stop till the ramp. They won't want the freeway cameras. He was right. That was the last piece. Not monsters, not a cult, not anything supernatural. Just organized men who relied on darkness, off-ramps, dead zones, and the assumption that ordinary people keep driving. The chase behind us faltered as we climbed. First, one set of headlights dropped back. Then, another peeled off at the bottom of the ramp. By the time I pulled hard onto the shoulder near the sheriff's cruisers, only one vehicle had followed this far, and it didn't come any closer. It stopped at the mouth of the access road, sat there a moment, then turned around and disappeared. I don't remember getting out of the truck. I remember my knees failing. I remember gravel against my palms, a deputy shouting for us to show hands, then seeing Daniel, seeing Eli, seeing Tom's shoulder, seeing the shot-out rear glass on the sedan limping in the distance under gas station lights. I remember trying to explain and hearing how insane it sounded. Memory card, dash cam, men rotating vehicles, burner phone, gunshot. I remember one deputy taking the phone from me with 2 fingers like it might come alive. And I remember, most clearly, looking back down the ramp toward the dark where the gas station sat beyond sight. Nothing supernatural about any of it. Just roads, cars, timing, people willing to do terrible things because most of us assume the shoulder of a highway is just a place where broken mufflers and shredded tires end up. Tom survived. Daniel survived. Eli survived. The SUV driver might have. I never saw a body, only the impact and the way he folded wrong into the gravel before we left. If he lived with it. If he died, then that sits where it sits. And me, I walked away, technically, but not clean. My ankle swelled purple by morning. My chin took 6 stitches. My left ear rang for weeks. For longer than that, certain sounds would pull me right back into it. A car alarm in a parking lot, a windshield crack, the dry squeal of a gas station door opening after midnight. The conflict was over by then, in the practical sense. Statements, evidence bags, phone records, the slow machinery of counties and agencies deciding whose jurisdiction horror belongs to when it happens on asphalt. But some part of me stayed in that lot. In the second before I threw the card. In the second after the gun came up. In the knowledge that what saved us wasn't bravery exactly. It was timing, desperation, and the fact that even organized people make small assumptions. That you'll freeze, that you'll hand over what they ask for, that you'll protect yourself first. I almost did. That's the part I still feel. Not that I found the card. That, given one last easy chance to walk away from someone else's disaster, I considered it. And then, barely, didn't. By the time the sun came up, everything looked smaller. That was the first thing I remember clearly after the ramp. Not the paramedics cutting away my jacket sleeve to check for fractures. Not the deputy asking the same question 3 different ways because he wanted the timeline clean. Not even Tom vomiting into the gravel after they popped his shoulder back into place in the back of an ambulance. Just scale. The sheriff's cruisers. The access road. The truck. All of it seemed reduced in daylight, like night had lent the scene a size it didn't deserve. Even the interstate looked ordinary again. Commuter traffic started building as the sky turned from charcoal to a pale, dirty blue. People drove past with coffee cups in their cup holders and somewhere to be. And for them, it was just another stretch of road. For us, it was. A paramedic sat me on the tailgate of an ambulance and cleaned the cut on my chin. She was a woman in her 40s with tired eyes and a voice so level it almost offended me. This is going to sting. It did. My left ear still rang. Not loud anymore, just a thin electric line, always there if I listened for it. My ankle had swollen enough that they cut the laces on my right shoe. I watched her tape gauze in place over the stitches and asked the question I'd been trying not to ask. The others, she glanced toward the second ambulance. Alive, she said. 1 shoulder reduction, 1 probable rib fracture, multiple soft tissue injuries. Cashiers in shock more than anything else. And Daniel, she took half a second before answering. He's conscious. That wasn't comforting, exactly. Just information. A deputy brought me a foil blanket I didn't need, and a paper cup of water I couldn't hold steady. He was younger than me, maybe late 20s, with the kind of face that still showed every thought before training smoothed it out. Introduced himself as Deputy Serrano and crouched in front of me like that made the questions gentler. Walk me through the card again. I did, found it on the shoulder. Tick under the bumper, gas station. Sedan, files, the call. Daniel in the back seat, the SUV, the other cars, the gun. When I finished, he nodded slowly, but didn't write anything for a second. You understand how some of that sounds? Yeah. You understand why we're going to need to verify every part of it? Yeah. He looked back toward the access road, where other deputies were moving in and out of a widening perimeter. We found broken glass and blood at the gas station, he said. 1 abandoned SUV, 1 damaged sedan, 1 tracking device. Your laptop bag from your car was tossed near the pumps. No laptop. So they took it. Looks that way. He let that sit. We also found one shell casing. That was the first moment I felt something cold settle into a more permanent place inside me. A shell casing makes things official. It turns fear into paperwork. Serrano looked down at his notes. And this burner phone, I handed him the evidence bag they'd already sealed it in. From the sedan, you opened it. No, Daniel told me not to call from it. That got his attention. Daniel told you that? Yes, he made another note. He says he barely remembers the lot. I stared at him. He told me enough. I'm not saying he didn't, Serrano replied. I'm saying he's giving us fragments. That sounded right, actually. Daniel struck me as the kind of man who'd tell the truth sideways if he could get away with it. At the hospital in Roseville, everything narrowed into separate rooms and separate statements. Tom went one way with his shoulder strapped and his right arm immobilized. Eli went another with a blanket around his shoulders and dried blood on one sleeve that wasn't his. Daniel disappeared behind 2 deputies and a trauma nurse, not handcuffed, but not exactly free either. I got X-rays, 6 stitches, a brace for the ankle, and instructions not to drive for at least 24 hours. The ER doctor, a tall man named Leland, early 50s, glasses sliding down his nose, tapped my scan and told me I'd been lucky. No break, he said. Bad sprain. Chin's straightforward. Ear might ring for a bit. How long is a bit? He gave me the small shrug doctors use when honesty sounds unhelpful. Could be days, could be weeks. I signed forms. I answered questions. I repeated the story enough times that it started losing shape around the edges, becoming less like memory and more like testimony. Every version sounded flatter, cleaner, which bothered me because nothing about it had felt clean. Around noon, an investigator from the county task force came in. Not local uniform, not highway patrol. Plainclothes, dark blazer, practical shoes. Her name was Marisol Keene, and she had the stillness of someone who spent years letting other people fill silence for her. She sat in the chair beside my bed and set a legal pad on her knee. I'm told you're the one who found the card. That's me, and watched some of the footage. Some, she nodded once. We recovered the adapter from your car, but not the laptop. They took it. Yes, she didn't say we know. She didn't say probably. Just yes. That phone you recovered, she went on, contains route notes, burner contacts, and a series of GPS tags. Some are dead, some aren't. I waited. We've been looking at a pattern of roadside disappearances and carjackings that didn't fit together cleanly, she said. Different counties, different reports. Some written off as isolated assaults, some as missing persons, some never linked at all. Your card may connect several of them. May. That word mattered too. So what were they doing? I asked. Really? Her eyes lifted from the pad. We don't speculate in open interviews. That's not what I asked. A beat passed. Then she chose her language carefully. They were identifying vulnerable drivers, isolated stretches, low service areas, mechanical trouble, abandoned vehicles, staged follow patterns. Recording gave them leverage, documentation, control, sometimes insurance value, sometimes blackmail value, sometimes just chain of custody inside their own network. Chain of custody for what? People, property, vehicles, information. I looked at her a long time. That's a very polite way to say something ugly. It usually is. She closed the pad. Daniel Voss has started cooperating. The phrasing caught me, started, as if cooperation were a faucet that had just been turned. He was one of them, Yes. You trust him? No. The honesty surprised me enough that I almost laughed. But she continued, I trust pressure, injury, self-interest, and the very strong possibility that the people he worked with are no longer interested in keeping him alive. That felt more accurate. Will you get them? She stood. We got one vehicle, one phone, one device, partial blood, highway camera timestamps, your statements. Tom S., Eli S., Daniel S., to the extent he decides to stop editing himself. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have today. Tom asked to see me before he was discharged. They wheeled him in because hospital policy said he shouldn't be wandering around after sedation, which annoyed him enough that it almost made him look normal. He still had dried pepper spray residue in the lines beside his nose. His arm sat stiff in a sling, and pain had taken some color out of him. Hell of a night, he said. Yeah, he nodded toward my ankle brace. You look worse sitting down. You look like you lost a fight with a vending machine. He smiled once, very briefly, then winced because even that hurt. For a minute, we didn't say much. The kind of silence that belongs to strangers who did something intimate and terrible together. Then he said, my wife thinks I'm an idiot. That seems fair. She also thinks I saved somebody. She's right. He looked down at his good hand. I almost left when you yelled at me the first time. Out by the sedan. Thought, this is none of my business. I've got 2 kids at home. I've got freight to move in Reno by morning. Why am I in this story? I let him say it. Then I saw that guy in the back seat, he went on. And I thought about how many times people probably saw something off and kept driving. He rubbed at his forehead with the heel of his palm. Don't make me out better than I am, Aaron. I stayed because I couldn't stomach leaving once I knew. That's better than most. He looked at me. Same to you. I almost corrected him. Almost told him how close I came to handing over the card when the door was still intact and the night still offered exits. I didn't. Not because I wanted to look brave. Mostly because I was tired of hearing my own voice. Before he left, he gave me his number on the back of a discharge pamphlet and said, if anybody asks, we tell it straight. No polishing. Agreed. Because if you clean up a story like that, people stop believing it. He was right. Eli didn't want to talk much. He stood in the hall outside radiology, wearing hospital socks and the same gas station polo, now turned inside out because the front was stained. 22 male, exhausted in a way that made him look younger. He kept rubbing his hands together as if he could still feel the lock on the door. They said I did the right thing, he told me without preamble. You did. He shook his head. I froze. You locked the door. After you told me 3 times. That still counts. He leaned against the wall and looked at the floor. My manager's gonna be pissed about the windows. I thought he was joking. Then I realized he was. That was the shape of his shock. Not cinematic. Not shaking and crying. Just his brain latching onto the cost of broken glass because it couldn't process men with guns and trackers and blood on the pumps. They won't make you pay for the windows, I said. You don't know my manager. That actually made me laugh, and the laugh hurt my chin badly enough that I stopped. Eli looked alarmed, like he'd broken me further. A deputy came to collect him for another statement. Before he left, he said, I quit. Soon as they let me go back, I'm quitting. Good, he nodded, then, quieter. I keep thinking about how normal it was 10 minutes before. I knew what he meant. That might have been the worst part, not the violence, the transition. How a coffee machine can still be warming a pot while someone decides whether to shoot through your front door. I didn't see Daniel again until 2 weeks later. By then, I was back in Sacramento, back in my apartment, back at the repair shop on partial hours, because standing too long made my ankle ache, and the ringing in my left ear got worse whenever customers raised their voices or I leaned over an open computer fan. Ordinary life returned the way it always does, bluntly, without asking if you're ready. Bills still showed up. My sister still needed her laptop fixed. A customer still argued with me about a data recovery charge like any of us were in control of what gets salvaged. But there were cracks. Every time I drove at night, I checked my mirrors too often. Every time I stopped for gas, I scanned the lot before I got out. I started parking where I could pull straight through instead of backing out later. I bought a dash cam and hated myself a little while mounting it. Then one Tuesday afternoon, Investigator Keene called and asked if I could come down to the county office to review a statement. Whose statement? Daniel Voss. So I went. The office was colder than it needed to be. Government beige, fluorescent hum, coffee smell that seemed baked into the walls. Keene met me in an interview room with a file thick enough to be discouraging. Why am I here? I asked. Because some of what he provided only makes sense if you confirm the sequence from the gas station. She slid a printed map across the table. Interstate 80. The gas station access road. Several rest stops farther east. A frontage road north of the highway. Storage units in 2 counties. 3 marked drop points. Daniel sat in the next room behind glass, thinner now, cleaned up, bruises yellowing into the last stage before they disappear. He looked older, not redeemed, just more obviously worn out. Keene clicked on the intercom. Daniel looked up at me and said, "You kept the phone." "You told me to." He nodded once. Then he started talking. Not everything, not cleanly, but enough. The group had started small, he said. Stolen cargo, staged vehicle recoveries, moving high-value items through dead zones where plate readers and cameras were thin. Then it expanded because people always think logistics is harmless when you remove the human part from the sentence. Drivers became couriers. Couriers became bait. Dashcams became both record and insurance, proof that tasks were completed, proof that someone was where they were supposed to be, proof that if they got caught, others had leverage. And the people, I asked through the speaker. Daniel swallowed. Some robbed, some moved, some pressured. Depends what they had, who they were, who was ordering. Ordering from who? He gave the tiniest smile, bitter and self-directed. There's always another layer. That, I believed. He identified 3 men from photo arrays. He placed the SUV driver at the lot, though he claimed not to know the man's real name. He named storage lockers, dump sites, 2 vehicles used on prior runs. Enough for search warrants, Keene later told me. Enough for arrests in 2 counties within the month. Enough for newspapers to write short, bloodless articles about a regional trafficking and theft network with possible links to missing persons investigations. Possible links. Again, with the careful language. It was progress, real progress, but it didn't feel like closure so much as administration. When the interview ended, Daniel asked if he could say one thing off the record. Keene looked at me. I looked at her. She didn't like it, but she allowed 30 seconds. The speaker clicked live again. Daniel leaned closer to the glass. "The first call you got," he said, "after you watched the footage." "Yeah, that wasn't him." "Who?" "The SUV driver." I felt something shift in my stomach. You're sure? Yes. Then who was it? Daniel looked down at his hands. When he spoke again, his voice was almost too soft for the speaker. The one who taught them to rotate. Before I could say anything else, Keen cut the line. Later, in the hall, she said, he may be manipulating you. Is he? I don't know. That was the truth again. Useful and useless at the same time. By late fall, the case had spread out beyond what any single person could hold in their head. There were sealed filings, county transfers, federal interest maybe. Tom went back to driving, though only daytime routes for a while. Eli quit the gas station and got a job stocking inventory at a hardware store in Rockland, somewhere with brighter lights and more people around. He texted me once after his first week. No windows facing pumps. Improvement. My sister still jokes that her dying laptop accidentally saved my life, because if I hadn't been headed that way, none of it would have happened to me. That's one way to say it. Another way is that it happened to someone else many times, and I just crossed the route at the wrong or right moment. I still drive that stretch sometimes. Not often. Sometimes, because life doesn't care where your bad memories are. Sometimes, because avoiding a road forever starts to feel like giving it too much. The shoulder where I found the card looks exactly like any other shoulder. Gravel, weeds, tire scraps, flattened cans, lost things no one comes back for. A month ago, I pulled over in daylight about half a mile from the gas station turnoff. I told myself it was because I wanted coffee. Maybe that was partly true. The station had new front glass, fresh paint around the door, different seasonal posters taped up inside. A woman in her 50s was behind the counter instead of Eli, humming along to a radio station low enough that I only caught fragments. It smelled like burnt coffee and hot rollers. Ordinary. I stood at the cooler longer than I needed to, staring through the glass at energy drinks and bottled tea, and felt the place trying to be normal around me. On the bulletin board near the register, there were the usual local flyers, yard sales, lost dog, church breakfast, and one small handwritten note pinned crookedly in the corner. Found. Black phone mount near pump 2. Ask clerk. Probably nothing. Probably just a broken accessory from somebody's windshield. I looked at it for a long time anyway. Then I bought my coffee, thanked the clerk, and drove back out to the highway without asking. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time the voice came through my car speakers, I thought it was a podcast ad cutting in late. I was halfway down North Halsted, stopped at a light that had been red long enough for 3 separate people to decide their lives were more important than the lane markings. Rain glazed everything in Chicago that way it does in late October. Not heavy enough to count as a storm, just enough to make headlights smear, and the brake lights ahead of me look soft around the edges. My wipers clicked back and forth. The heat was on low. I had one hand on the wheel and the other digging blindly in the passenger seat for my phone because I'd lost the cable again. And then the music cut out. Not faded, cut. For a second, there was that tiny digital silence modern cars make, the one that isn't real silence at all, just the faint electrical hum of a system switching modes. Then a woman inhaled very close to the microphone, not singing, not talking yet, just breathing. I froze with my fingers in a mess of receipts and an old hoodie sleeve. The dashboard screen changed from Maya's IPHONE to BT Audio with no device name, like something had paired halfway or the software had hiccuped. A hiss filled the cabin. Then the woman said, in a level voice so calm it made my neck tight, "If you can hear this, don't stop the car." The light turned green behind the wet windshield, and somebody leaned on their horn. Long, annoyed, local. Real life, rushing in right on cue. I drove. My name is Maya Bennett. I'm 31. And before that night, the most dramatic thing I associated with my car was the check engine light that liked to come on when the temperature dropped under 40. I lived in Lakeview in a narrow brick 3-flat where the radiators clanged like they held grudges. I worked at a small post-production house in River North, mostly cleaning up corporate audio, syncing interviews, shaving coughs, and table bumps out of other people's podcasts. I spent most of my days inside headphones, fixing the sound of rooms I'd never been in. That probably explains why I notice noise before I notice faces. I can tell when an elevator cable is unhappy. I can hear when a refrigerator is dying. I can tell when somebody's smile is turning fake because their laugh arrives a fraction late. That night, I was driving back from my younger brother's place in Wrigleyville with a dented casserole dish buckled into the back seat like a child. Owen had sprained his wrist trying to prove, at age 27, that he could still skateboard after 2 beers and a dare from a software engineer he met at a bar. I'd brought food because our mother lived in Milwaukee and worried from a distance in ways that exhausted all of us, and because feeding somebody is easier than discussing why you still answer calls from an ex you know is bad for you. Owen Bennett, 27, male, opened the passenger door at the red light purely in my imagination, because that was the kind of thing he used to do as a teenager, appear suddenly, loud and damp, all knees and bad ideas. In reality, he'd been left behind in his apartment with frozen peas on his wrist and a game on mute. Still, when the voice said, "Don't stop the car," some childish part of me expected him to be messing with me somehow. Maybe he'd left a phone in here. Maybe one of his friends had. Maybe Bluetooth was being Bluetooth, which is to say embarrassing and intrusive and barely controllable. "Okay," I said aloud to nobody visible. "Not funny." The voice on the speakers didn't answer. Another inhale. Somewhere in the recording, faintly, I heard what sounded like road noise and a turn signal clicking. I looked at the screen. No caller ID. No track title. Just BT audio and the little bars moving as if sound was definitely coming from somewhere. Cars streamed past on my left, sending up thin fans of water. A cyclist in a plastic poncho flashed through the intersection like a ghost of bad judgment. I kept driving because stopping in the middle of Halstead to troubleshoot electronics was idiotic, and also because the voice had already told me not to. I hated the fact that it mattered even 0.5%. My phone was in my lap now, unlocked with my thumb at the next light. Bluetooth settings. My device connected to the car as usual. Under available devices, nothing strange. No unknown phone latched on. No extra connection. The audio kept playing. The woman said, "You need to listen carefully. There are tones that professionals use when they want to sound neutral, but accidentally sound rehearsed instead. Call center calm. Crisis line calm. The deliberate flattening out of panic." This was that. It made me think of all the raw audio I'd cleaned where somebody was trying very hard not to let terror into their voice, because once it got in, it took over everything. I hit the steering wheel button to skip. Nothing. I hit pause on the dashboard. Nothing. I turned the volume down. The voice softened, but stayed. At the next red light, I held the power button until the infotainment screen went black. For one beautiful second, it worked. The cabin filled with rain tapping the roof, and the dull idle of the engine, and the squeak of my wiper blade dragging over a dry corner of glass. Then the system rebooted, and the woman came back mid-sentence. Not alone. I sucked in air so fast my chest hurt. A pickup behind me honked again, shorter this time. The guy in the next lane glanced over and did that quick city look people do when checking whether you're about to become their problem. I put the car in motion because movement felt less stupid than sitting under streetlights with my own speakers talking to me. By the time I turned east toward Broadway, my mouth had gone dry. I called Owen on speaker. He picked up on the fourth ring. "Did you die in traffic? Did one of your idiot friends pair something to my car? What? Bluetooth? My speakers are playing some weird file." He yawned, then hissed, probably shifting his wrist. "No, why would hold on? Is this because Tyler tried to show me that DJ app? He didn't get in your car." Over the speakers, beneath Owen's thin phone audio, the woman said, "Check the back seat." I jerked so hard the car drifted toward the bike lane before I corrected. "Maya," Owen said. "What happened?" "Nothing." The word came out too quickly. "Was that? Are you listening to something?" "No, I looked in the mirror." The casserole dish sat on the seat under the dome light's weak amber spill, wrapped in 2 kitchen towels our mother would ask about later. Beside it lay my tote bag, half open, invoices, and a water bottle sticking out. Nothing else. No person, no movement, just the ordinary clutter of a life that had gotten comfortable enough to be careless. My heart kept going like it hadn't gotten the update. "Maya, I'm fine," I said. "Seriously, tell me if Tyler touched my car settings." "He didn't." "Pull over and restart your phone or something." On the speakers, the woman said, "Don't call anyone else." Owen heard that. I knew because his silence changed shape. What the hell was that? I swallowed. Probably a hacked file or crossed signal. I don't know. "Maya, where are you?" "Broadway. Come back here." "I'm not coming back to your apartment because my stereo's being weird." "Then come to mine, Jesus. Or go to gas station with people around." That actually sounded reasonable. So reasonable it made me angry. Maybe because I was already embarrassed by how rattled I felt. I'd spent years cultivating competence in small, sturdy ways. Bills on time. Oil changes mostly on time. Never enough wine on a work night to hate myself in the morning. Never fully blocking my ex-Jonah's number even though I absolutely should have, because some part of me preferred the misery I knew to the clean cut I didn't trust myself to maintain. That was my private flaw if you wanted one. I kept doors cracked open for things I claimed I was done with. Conversations, relationships, bad habits, tiny possible disasters. I told myself it was maturity, nuance, keeping the peace. Most of the time it was cowardice, wearing a blazer. The voice felt like another cracked door. "I'll call you when I get home," I said. "No, stay on with me." But I was already pulling into a Shell station on Diversey, where the fluorescent canopy lit the wet concrete the color of skim milk. 2 pumps were occupied. One guy in a Cubs cap was filling a van while staring into space. Inside the store, a bored cashier leaned on the counter under bright strips of light that made every pack of gum look accusatory. I put the car in park. The voice stopped talking. Static breathed softly through the speakers. "You there?" Owen said. "Yeah, get out of the car." I didn't realize until then that I'd locked my knees under the dashboard. I forced them straight, opened the door, and the cold came in immediately. Gasoline, wet asphalt, the metallic scent that city rain brings up from grates and train tracks. I stood under the canopy with my phone to my ear and listened to my own engine tick. "Better?" Owen asked. "A little. Have the cashier come out." "Why would I do that?" "Because you sound freaked out." I almost told him not to use that word. Failing to use, it would not make it less true. A sedan rolled slowly into the lot, bass thudding. Somebody laughed from inside. The ordinary world kept asserting itself in pieces. The automatic doors whooshed. A woman in scrubs came out carrying an energy drink and a paper bag, saw me standing there, and gave me the polite once-over women give other women alone at night. "Are you okay? Do you need help? Do I need to remember your face for the police later?" "I'm fine," I said to Owen, softer. I leaned back in through the open driver's door and looked at the screen. BT audio, still active. I went into the Bluetooth menu again. Paired devices, my phone only. I deleted my phone. The connection dropped. The music app on my phone closed. But through the car speakers, under the station noise and Owen asking what I was doing, the static remained. That was the moment normal explanations started slipping. Not gone, just slipping. There are lots of stupid technical reasons for things. Cached files, firmware glitches, some weird overlap with voice memos. But each explanation now had to drag more weight. "Maya," Owen again, sharper, "talk to me. It's still playing with Bluetooth off." He went quiet, then said, "That's not possible." "I know." A man's voice came through the car speakers then, farther from the microphone than the woman had been. Muffled, young maybe. Panicked enough that words tangled. I caught only pieces. "She's following," then a hard bang, like the mic striking plastic. And the woman snapped, much closer now, "Keep driving." Every hair on my arms lifted, not because it sounded supernatural, but because it sounded real, too real. The distortion wasn't movie clean. There was road vibration in it, a cheap microphone rubbing fabric, the ugly clipped peaks of somebody recording in a moving car. Owen heard only my breathing. "What happened?" "There's another person on it." "On what?" "The file." "Get inside the gas station. Right now." I did. The bell over the door gave a flat electronic chirp. Warm, stale air hit me, carrying coffee, burnt roller food, wet coat fabric. The cashier looked up. He was maybe 19, thin male, with red chapped hands and a silver stud in one eyebrow. His name tag said Eli. "You okay?" he asked immediately, which told me my face was doing something unhelpful. "My car's audio is acting weird," I said, and heard how insane that sounded in the fluorescent brightness among windshield fluid and beef jerky. He waited. "It's playing something. I can't shut it off." Eli glanced past me toward the pumps. "Like your radio, like a recording." Owen, still on the phone, said, loud enough for Eli to hear, Tell him to call the cops. Both of us flinched at that word for different reasons. Cops for a Bluetooth problem, I said. For a threatening recording in a car that won't stop playing, yes. Eli straightened a little. Is someone messing with you? I don't know. That was the honest answer, and I hated how little it gave me. Outside, rain stippled the windshield. Through the open driver's door, faint but unmistakable, the woman's voice continued under the hiss and road noise. Too low now to catch words, just the cadence of speech, patient, steady, waiting for me to come back and listen. Eli looked from me to the car. Do you want me to come take a look? Owen said. No, I said maybe. And there it was, not the conflict yet, not even the real shape of it, but the choice opening its small mouth. Leave the car, call the police, and let the whole thing become official before I knew what it was. Or go back out there, sit in the driver's seat, and hear the rest. The recording went on speaking in my empty car, while all three of us listened from where we stood. I realized, with a clarity that made my stomach turn, that I wanted to know what came next. I should have called the police right then. That's the version of the story I keep trying to rewrite in my head, like I can splice in a smarter decision the way I'd fix a bad cut in an interview, slide it earlier, make it cleaner, make myself look like someone who knows when to step away. But I didn't. I stood there under fluorescent lights with Owen in my ear, Eli watching me like I might faint or start yelling, and my car out at pump 3 whispering to itself. And what I felt, more than fear, was the pull of it, the unfinished sentence, the need to hear what came next. I'm going to sit back in it, I said. No, Owen said immediately. Eli said, you don't have to, it's just audio, I said, like I was talking myself into a normal evening. If someone's messing with me, I want to know how. Owen exhaled hard. Put me on speaker and keep the door open. I already have you on speaker. Fine, I'm staying on. Eli hesitated, then grabbed a thin gray hoodie off a hook behind the counter and pulled it on. I'll come with you, he said. If it's someone nearby, they might be trying to connect again. That didn't make me feel better, but it made me feel less alone. We stepped back out into the rain. It had picked up just enough to bead on my jacket and dampen my hairline. The station lights made everything look flatter, like we were on a set. My car sat where I'd left it, door open, interior glowing a dim amber. The voice grew clearer as we approached. Left turn, don't take it, the woman was saying. Eli slowed a few feet back. That's not a radio. No, I said. Is that like a podcast? No. I slid into the driver's seat, leaving the door wide. Eli leaned against the frame, one hand gripping the top of the door like he expected it to move. Okay, Owen said. Tell me exactly what you hear. I didn't answer him right away. I was listening. There was more structure to it now. The earlier hiss and breathing had settled into a pattern. Engine noise under everything, the rhythmic thunk of tires over seams in the road, the faint whine of acceleration. It sounded like highway driving, not city stop and go like where I'd been. The woman spoke again, close to the mic. You missed it. I said, don't take the left. The younger voice male definitely came in sharp and frantic. I didn't see anything. There was, she cut him off. You're not paying attention. Where are we? You know where we are, I don't. A turn signal clicked in the background. The pitch of the engine changed as if they were slowing. My skin prickled in a way that had nothing to do with imagination. It was the familiarity. The audio wasn't cinematic. It wasn't edited. It was messy, uneven, like something I'd be asked to clean up for a client who didn't want to admit their recording environment had been bad. "What's happening?" Owen asked. "Maya, talk to me." "It's two people in a car," I said, "driving, arguing." Eli shifted his weight. "Like someone's call got picked up." "No," I said. "It's not a call, it's a recording." "How can you tell?" "Because there's no compression shift, no network artifacting. It's raw." I realized how that sounded and added, "It's not coming through like a phone." "Then how is it in your car?" Eli said. I didn't have an answer that didn't make this worse. The young man in the recording said, "Can you just tell me where to go?" "No." "Why not?" "Because you need to learn to listen." "That's not helpful. It's the only thing that's going to keep you alive." Eli let out a quiet, involuntary laugh that died immediately. That's not funny." "It's not supposed to be," I said. My hands had settled on the steering wheel without me noticing. The leather was cool and slightly damp from the rain I'd tracked in. My car idled, a steady, low vibration under everything else. "Turn the engine off," Owen said. "Why? Just do it." I pressed the button. The engine cut. For a second, the external noise of the gas station rushed in cars, rain, the distant thud of music from somewhere. The recording dipped with it, but didn't stop. It continued at the same relative volume, as if it existed independently of my car's systems. Eli leaned in farther. "Okay, that's weird." On the speakers, the woman said, "Softer now. They're closer than I thought." The young man's voice jumped. "Who? Keep your eyes on the road." "There's nobody," a sharp sound interrupted him. Not a bang this time, more like something scraping along metal, long, uneven. I felt it in my teeth. Owen said, "Maya, I don't like this. Get out of the car." I'm already half out, then fully out. I can hear it better in here. "Maya," his voice had shifted from annoyed to something else. Protective, maybe, or scared. I swallowed. "I just need a minute." That was the door cracking open again. Just a minute, just a little more. The recording continued. The young man said, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." "What was it?" "Stay in your lane." "I am in my lane." "Then stay in it." "I'm telling you, something just hit the side of the car." Another scrape. Louder this time, like whatever it was had gotten closer to the microphone. Eli flinched. Okay, no, that's no, could be a branch," I said automatically. "On the highway," he said. I didn't respond, because the sound wasn't right for a branch. Too controlled, too consistent. The woman's breathing had changed. It was still measured, but tighter now, like she was holding something back. "You're going to pass a sign," she said, green, reflective. "Don't read it." "What?" "Don't read it." "Why would I? Just don't." There was a pause. The car in the recording slowed further. The turn signal clicked again, slower now, like they were about to stop. "I can't not read it," the young man said. "It's right there." "Then don't say it out loud." "I'm not a what is wrong with you." "Don't say it out loud." Silence stretched. Not empty, never empty, but filled with the low hum of the road and the soft tick of the signal. Then, very quietly, the young man said, The audio cut for half a second. Not like a dropout, like a deliberate edit, a clean slice. When it came back, he was screaming, not a startled yell, a full, throat-tearing scream that clipped the microphone and bled into static. It made Eli jerk his head back and swear. It made my heart slam so hard I felt lightheaded. Owen shouted, "Maya, what the hell was that?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. My ears were ringing from the sudden volume. The woman spoke over the screaming, still calm, almost clinical. "I told you not to read it." The scream cut off abruptly. The silence that followed wasn't digital this time. It was the kind that comes after a loud noise, when your ears are still trying to recalibrate. The road noise in the recording dropped lower, like the car had slowed to a crawl or stopped entirely. Then the woman said, "We don't have much time." Eli stepped back from the door. "I don't like this. I really don't like this." "Neither do I said. Owen's voice came through tight. "That's it. We're calling the police." "For what?" I said, even though my chest felt hollow. "For that, for whatever that was. That sounded like someone getting hurt. It's a recording." "You don't know that." I stopped. Because I didn't. Not completely. The rational part of me still insisted it had to be a recording. The technical side listed reasons, explanations, possibilities. But the rest of me, the part that had just heard a human voice break into something raw and uncontrolled, was less sure. Eli said, "There's a non-emergency number. We can call that." Owen said, "No, this is emergency." "It's not happening now," Eli said. "It's just playing." "Or it's live," Owen snapped. They were both looking at me now, even though Owen was miles away, waiting for me to decide which version of reality we were going to act on. The woman in the recording said, "If anyone is listening to this, you need to understand something." My breath caught. Her tone had shifted. Not panicked, not urgent, just direct, like she was speaking past the person in the car with her, like she knew someone else might hear. Eli noticed it too. "Is she talking to you?" I didn't answer. On the speakers, the woman continued. "The device will keep searching. It will connect to anything it can. If it finds you, do not." Another cut. Clean, deliberate. When the audio came back, the background noise was different. Quieter, enclosed. The echo had changed, like they were no longer in open road space. The young man's voice was gone. Only the woman remained. And she sounded closer than before. Not physically closer to her own microphone, closer in a way I couldn't place at first. Then I realized what it was. The acoustic profile. The slight, tight echo you get inside a smaller cabin. Not a highway, not an open stretch. A car idling, like mine. Eli leaned in again despite himself. "Why does it sound like that?" I whispered. "Because it's not on the highway anymore." Owen said, "Maya, get out of the car." And said, "If you're hearing this now, you're already part of it." The words hung in the air between us. Then, almost gently, she added, "Look behind you." Every muscle in my body locked. I didn't move. Eli didn't move. Owen said very clearly, "Do not turn around." My reflection stared back at me from the darkened infotainment screen. Pale, eyes too wide, a smear of rainwater on my cheek I didn't remember touching. Behind that reflection was the back seat, the casserole dish, the tote bag, the space between them, empty. I knew it was empty. I had checked, twice. The woman's voice came again, softer. "You have to decide quickly." "Decide what?" Eli whispered. I realized then that my right hand was still on the steering wheel, my left hovering near the door, half in, half out, exactly where I'd been when I first got back in. "Split." Owen said, "Maya, we are calling the police right now. Put me on with the cashier if you won't listen to me." Eli said, "We should call." The woman said, "If you leave, it will find someone else." That landed differently. Not like a threat, like a statement. My throat tightened. "What does that mean?" No answer. Just the low hum of the recording, the faint sound of breath. Eli said, "This is messed up. This is really messed up." Owen said, "Maya, stop engaging with it. It's a recording. It can't hear you." I knew he was right, logically, technically. But the timing, the way it shifted, the way it seemed to anticipate. I thought about my job, about cleaning up audio, isolating voices, tracing noise sources, about how many times I'd been asked to figure out where a sound came from, what it meant, whether it was real. I thought about the cracked doors I kept in my life, the things I didn't fully close off. The voice had said the device would keep searching, connect to anything it could. If that was true, if this wasn't random, then leaving it might not end it. It might pass it on. That's not our responsibility, Owen said, as if he could hear my thoughts. Eli said, we don't even know if that's real. The woman said nothing, which somehow made it worse. I looked at the dashboard, at the stubborn, featureless BT audio label. I looked at Eli, who was pale now but still standing there. I listened to Owen breathing through the phone, steady but strained. Then I made the mistake. I need to hear the rest, I said. Owen swore. No, absolutely not. Eli said, why? Because there's something in it, I said. Instructions. Patterns. It's connecting to devices. If it's moving. You don't know that, Owen said. I can figure it out. There it was again. That thin, dangerous confidence. The same one that had kept me answering Jonah's calls months longer than I should have. The same one that told me I could manage things that had already proven they could hurt me. Eli hesitated. What do you need? I took a breath. A way to record this cleanly. Direct feed if possible. Or at least isolate it. You're going to what? Analyze it. Yes, Owen said. Number Maya, no. You are not turning this into a project. I already am, I said quietly. Because I was. Because I could not be. Eli said, there's a security system. Cameras. It records audio near the pump sometimes, but it's not great quality. That might be enough. You'd have to come inside. And the car, Eli looked at it. We could leave the door open. Let it play. Owen said, or you could both walk away and call the police like normal people. The woman's voice returned, low and almost amused. You don't have much time. Why? I asked before I could stop myself. A pause, then clearly, because it's getting better at finding you. The words sat in the air, heavy and precise. Eli swallowed. Okay, I think we should definitely call someone now. Owen said, yes, thank you. But I was already reaching for my bag. We record it first, I said. Then we call. Maya, just a few minutes. I grabbed my phone charger, my backup recorder, small, handheld. Something I used for field pickups when clients insisted on in-person interviews, and stepped out of the car. Eli moved to follow me back inside. Behind us, from the open door, the woman said one last thing before the audio dipped again. Once you capture it, you won't be able to stop it. I froze for half a second. Then I kept moving, because by then, stopping wasn't the instinct I trusted anymore. Eli propped the door with a yellow caution cone so it wouldn't swing shut and cut off the sound. From inside the store, the car sat angled under pump 3, driver's door open, dome light burning. The rain stitched thin lines through the glow. The woman's voice carried in, low and steady, like someone reading instructions in the next room. I set my bag on the counter beside the register. The surface was tacky, in that way gas station counters get when they're wiped more often than they're dried. My hands felt clumsy. I had to look at them to remember which pocket held what. Okay, Eli said, already moving. He pulled a small monitor down from a shelf under the counter, tapped a key, and the store's camera grid blinked to life. 4 black and white views, pumps, entrance, aisle 3, the back storage door. We don't usually get audio, he added. Sometimes the outside mic picks stuff up when the wind's right. Anything helps, I said. Owen's voice filled the space from my phone, tinny, but insistent. Maya, you said you'd call after. It's been more than a few minutes. I'm recording it first, I said. Then we call. You're prioritizing the wrong thing. Maybe. But if this is evidence, It's already evidence. Eli glanced between us, then leaned closer to the monitor. I can zoom the pump camera. He tapped again. Pump 3 filled the screen. My car's open door made a dark wedge. You could see the glow of the infotainment screen, the faint movement of rain across the hood. Could not see inside clearly. I set the handheld recorder on the counter, flipped it on, and checked levels. The meters bounced in time with the woman's voice leaking through the door. Hold on, I said, and turned the mic toward the open doorway, angling it so it caught the car and not the soda cooler humming behind us. I adjusted gain until the peaks just kissed the yellow. Through the speakers outside, the woman said, "We're not stopping here." The air in the store felt too warm. Coffee burnt in its pot. Someone had left the lid off a container of powdered creamer, and it smelled faintly sweet and chalky. My shoulders were already tight from holding tension. I forced them down, exhaled, listened. Owen said, "At least call 911 while you're doing this." I can't do both at once. You can put me on hold. I need you on the line, I said, and immediately heard how that sounded. Not rational, emotional. A small admission. Eli said, "I'll call. We can have them come check it out." "Yes," Owen said, "please." Eli reached for the phone behind the counter. "Wait," I said. Both of them paused. "Give me 1 minute," I said. "If I can get a clean segment, we'll have something to give them that isn't just us sounding crazy." Eli hesitated, then lowered his hand. Owen didn't argue, which worried me more than if he had. I grabbed the thin auxiliary cable from my bag habit, left over from jobs where wireless failed, and stepped back out into the rain. The ground was slick. My shoe slipped half an inch on a patch of diesel, and my knee jolted, a quick, sharp complaint that would ache later. The cold hit my face and woke me up in a way adrenaline alone hadn't. The woman's voice grew louder as I approached. "You're missing it again. It's right in front of you." The open door breathed warm air and the smell of my car fabric, a hint of stale coffee, the citrus cleaner I used when I was pretending to be organized. I leaned in, careful not to brush anything, and scanned for a line in port. My car was a 2017 Civic Bluetooth primary, USB secondary. No obvious analog input near the console. I swore under my breath. "What are you doing?" Owen said. "Trying to get a direct feed," I said. "If I can plug, you're not dismantling your car at a gas station." "I'm not dismantling anything." Eli hovered a step back, out of the rain's worst. "There's a USB in the center," he said, pointing. "People charge there." I found it by touch, plugged in my cable, and connected the other end to the recorder's adapter. It was a long shot. If the system routed Bluetooth audio to USB output, maybe I'd get a cleaner signal. The recorder flickered. The meters went flat. Damn it. Inside the car, the woman said, "Don't get out." The young man, he was back, faintly, like he'd moved away from the mic, said, "I'm not staying in here with you. You don't have a choice." "I always have a choice." "Not anymore." Eli made a small noise. "That's not great." I pulled the cable out, dropped it back into my bag, and switched the recorder to its onboard mic. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. "Levels are good," I said, more to myself than anyone. "Then get out," Owen said. I hesitated 1 beat too long. That was when the car locked. It was a soft, familiar thunk, the kind you barely register when you're the one doing it. But my hand was on the doorframe, not the key. The fob was in my pocket. Eli jerked. "Did you?" "No." The lock on the passenger side clicked too, a fraction of a second later. Owen's voice went sharp. "Maya, unlock the car." "I'm not inside," I said, My pulse had started to climb again, fast and high. Then why did it lock? I don't know. Unlock it anyway. I hit the fob. The locks popped open. The dome light flickered. Okay, Eli said, exhaling. Okay. That's probably just automatic, I said. It does that sometimes when you shift. You didn't shift. I know. The woman's voice cut through, closer now. You can't leave it. Leave what? I said before I could stop myself. The answer didn't come. Instead, the young man's voice rose, ragged. It's in the mirror. My head snapped toward the side mirror. Rain distorted the reflection into streaks and blurs. Headlights from a car turning into the lot flared across the glass, making everything white for a second. My own face stared back, stretched and broken by water. Don't, Owen said. Maya, don't get sucked into this. I'm not, I said, and realized I was leaning in further. Eli reached out and touched my sleeve, light but firm. Hey, back up. I stepped back. The rain soaked the front of my jacket now, cold creeping through the fabric. Okay, I said, forcing steadiness. We have enough. Let's call. Eli nodded quickly, like he'd been waiting for that. Yeah, okay. We moved back inside together. The bell chirped again, the sound suddenly too loud after the muffled world outside. Eli picked up the phone and dialed. His hand shook just enough to miss a digit the first time. Take your time, I said, Owen said. Put me on speaker with them. Eli held up a finger, listening as the line rang. Hi, yeah, this is Eli. I'm at the Shell on Diversey and Broadway. And he glanced at me. There's a car in our lot playing audio that sounds like someone in distress. We can't turn it off. He listened. His expression shifted from anxious to confused. No, it's not a fight here. It's a recording. But it sounds real, like it might be, he winced, pulling the phone slightly away. Okay, yes, I understand. He hung up slowly. What did they say? Owen demanded. He said if there's no active incident and no one is physically present in danger, it's not a priority call, Eli said. They can send a unit if we want, but it'll be a while. How long is a while? I asked. 45 minutes, maybe more, Owen swore under his breath. That's unacceptable. It's normal, I said. They're busy. The woman's voice floated in from outside, faint but still there. We don't have 45 minutes. Eli's eyes flicked to the door. Did she just? Yes, I said. Okay. He scrubbed a hand over his face. We can't just stand here. We're not, I said. We're going to isolate the source. How? By moving the car, Owen said. No, absolutely not. If it's tied to the vehicle, we need to see how it behaves when we change location. That's not your job. It is now. Eli looked at me like I'd just suggested we split up in a horror movie. You want to drive it? Yes. In this? Yes. He hesitated, then nodded once, quick and tight. I'll come with you. You don't have to. I'm not letting you do that alone. Owen said, I'm begging you both not to do this. I closed my eyes for half a second. The world tilted, then steadied. When I opened them, the choice felt already made. Stay on the phone, I said. I'm not going anywhere, Owen said. We went back out. The rain had eased again, falling in fine, almost invisible lines. The lot was mostly empty now. The van had left. The sedan with the bass had moved on. It felt more exposed, less buffered by other people's presence. I slid into the driver's seat. Eli took the passenger side, closing the door with a solid thud that seemed too final. The moment both doors shut, the audio surged, as if it had been waiting for the cabin to seal. You shouldn't have done that, the woman said. Eli flinched. Great, love that. Seatbelt, I said automatically. He fumbled for it, clicked it in. Owen Owen said, "Maya, last chance. Get out." I put the car in drive. The tires rolled over wet concrete, then bumped down the small lip onto the street. Broadway stretched ahead, slick and reflective. Streetlights doubled in the sheen. "Where are you going?" Eli asked. "Loop around," I said. "Stay close. We don't go far." "Okay." We turned right, heading south. The wipers resumed their steady rhythm. My hands felt steadier on the wheel than they had 10 minutes ago, which should have worried me more than it did. The recording shifted. The background noise matched us now. Not exactly, there were differences in pitch, in the pattern of seams, but the general profile had aligned. City driving, stoplights, occasional bumps. The young man's voice came back weaker. "I don't see it anymore." "Because you stopped looking," the woman said. "I'm looking. Not in the right place." "Where is the right place?" A pause, then, quietly, "Behind you." Eli made a strangled sound. "We're not doing that again." "Eyes on the road," I said. Past a row of closed storefronts, metal grates pulled down, graffiti layered over older graffiti. A bus lumbered by in the opposite direction, its interior lit like an aquarium. People inside stared at their phones, at nothing, at each other. My phone buzzed against the console. For a split second, my brain told me it was the recording crossing over, that it had found another way in. My stomach dropped. Then I looked down. A text from an unknown number. "Are you in the car?" My throat went tight. "Owen," I said, "I just got a message." "From who?" "I don't know." "What does it say?" "Are you in the car? Do not respond," he said immediately. Eli leaned over. "Let me see." I held the phone out just enough for him to read without taking my eyes off the road. "That's not okay," he said. "No," I said. The woman's voice cut in, almost overlapping my thoughts. "If it contacts you directly, don't answer." I let out a shaky laugh that wasn't really a laugh. "That's helpful now." Another text came through. "Don't stop." My grip tightened on the wheel. "Owen," I said, "it's texting me now. Block the number. If I block it, we lose the thread. This is not a thread you need." The light ahead turned yellow. I slowed, then stopped. The car idled, rain tapping softly again. Eli stared at the phone. "It's got to be someone nearby." "Scanning for Bluetooth names," I said, "or picking up something else." "Like what?" "I don't know." The light changed. I drove. We turned onto a quieter side street, narrower, lined with parked cars and trees that dripped steadily. The city noise softened here, replaced by the more intimate sounds of a residential block, distant TV through a window, a dog barking once, and then going silent. The recording's environment shifted with us. The echo tightened. The road noise smoothed. "It's matching," I said. "What?" Eli asked. "The acoustics. It's adjusting." "How is that possible?" "I don't know." Owen said, "Maya, pull over. This is escalating." "I know." "Then stop." I looked at the curb. Open spaces between two sedans. I didn't pull over because the phone buzzed again. "Turn left." The intersection was coming up. A narrow cross street, darker than the one we were on. The woman's voice said, at the exact same time, "Don't take the left." Eli let out a breath. "Okay, that's okay." "Which one?" I said, half to myself. "Neither," Owen said. "You ignore both and you pull over." The turn signal in the recording clicked, slow and deliberate. The one in my car ticked too. I hadn't touched it. Eli slapped at the stalk, turning it off. "Nope, nope, we're not doing that." My heart was pounding so hard now it felt like it was in my throat. My mouth tasted like metal. The intersection was right there. Left or straight. The texts, the voice, Owen, Eli, all pulling in different directions. I thought about the woman in the recording, about the way she controlled the situation by controlling information, about the young man reacting, panicking, making choices he didn't understand. I thought about myself, about every time I'd let something else set the terms. Straight, I said, and kept going. The moment we passed the intersection, the audio glitched. Not a clean cut this time. A tearing, stretching sound, like tape being pulled too fast across a head. The woman's voice warped, dropped in pitch, then snapped back. "You're running out of options," she said. Eli whispered, "What options?" No answer. The phone buzzed again. Too late. The street ahead narrowed further, a line of construction cones forcing traffic into a single lane. A temporary sign blinked amber, "Road work ahead." I slowed, peering through the rain. There was a gap in the cones, a space where someone had clearly driven through and knocked them aside. The asphalt beyond looked darker, freshly cut. "Should we?" Eli started. A car came up fast behind us, headlights filling the rear view. It honked, long and aggressive. "Don't stop," Owen said. "I'm not stopping," I said. I edged into the gap. The tires hit the rough patch and the car jolted hard. My teeth clicked together. The suspension complained. The audio surged again, louder than before, filling the cabin completely. "You're in it now," the woman said. The young man's voice returned, not panicked this time. Quiet, resigned. "I can see it," he said. "What?" Eli whispered. The road ahead dipped slightly, the streetlights thinning out. For a moment, it felt like we'd left the city, even though I knew we hadn't. Just a darker stretch. A pocket. My phone buzzed one more time. I didn't need to look. I knew what it would say, but I looked anyway. No way out. At the same moment, the car's locks slammed down again. All of them. Harder this time, louder. Eli grabbed the handle and yanked. It didn't open. "Hey," he said, sharp. "Hey, it's not." I hit the unlock button. Nothing. The handle rattled in his hand. Owen's voice rose, breaking. "Maya, what's happening?" "I don't know," I said. But I did know one thing. We weren't just listening anymore. We were part of it. And there was no easy way back to the gas station waiting behind us. The road didn't end exactly. It just narrowed until it stopped feeling like a street and started feeling like a corridor someone had forgotten to finish. Temporary barriers pressed in on both sides. Orange plastic reflective strips, piles of broken asphalt. Our headlights bounced off damp plywood, and the backs of road signs turned the wrong way. To the left was a chain link fence wrapped in black fabric. To the right, a torn curb and a trench full of rainwater that gleamed like oil. I slowed to maybe 15. "Unlock it again," Eli said. I hit the button. Nothing. He yanked the handle. Still nothing. The sound was thin and frantic in the sealed car. "Maya, I'm trying." The woman on the speakers sounded almost bored now. "Pull forward." "No," Owen said from my phone, his voice cracking in and out against road noise and bad reception. "No, no, no. Reverse. Reverse right now." I checked the mirror. The car behind us, the one that had pushed us into the construction gap, had stopped at the mouth of the lane. Its headlights burned in place, turning the rain silver. It didn't come closer. It didn't leave. Just sat there. Eli twisted in his seat. "Can you see the plate?" "Not from here." "Is it blocking us?" "Yes." My chest tightened. The phone buzzed again on the console. I didn't need to read it. I read it anyway. "Forward, don't look at that," Owen said. "I already did." The woman's voice cut in over him. "He's behind you because you brought him here." "Who?" Eli snapped. No answer. Just the low bed of static, engine noise, breath. The rain thickened suddenly, drumming the roof hard enough to blur everything beyond the windshield. My wipers struggled, rubber squeaking at the edges. For 1 second, the fencing on the left seemed to ripple like somebody moving behind it. Eli sucked in a breath. I saw it too, a human-sized shadow pacing us. Then our headlights shifted, and I understood. Loose black sight wrap, torn halfway down, billowing in the wind against the chain link. Nothing alive, just plastic. That's all it is, I said, more sharply than I meant to. Fence wrap. Eli let out a shaky breath that turned into a cough. Great, awesome. I'm glad one thing in this night is stupid. That was the misdirection. Harmless, explainable. It barely helped. I edged the car forward another few feet. The lane opened into a wider section ahead, maybe where crews staged equipment during the day. A portable light tower stood dark near a stack of concrete pipes. A backhoe crouched under a tarp. Beyond that, I could just make out the skeleton of a new underpass or service road, half-built and full of pooled water. No workers, no flashing beacons, no sound except rain and our engine and that woman in the speakers. The recording changed. No clean cut this time, more like layers falling away. The young man came through clearer than he had before, like we were finally close enough to whatever mic had captured him. He was crying, trying not to. You said if I kept driving, I'd get back out. I said if you listened, you might, the woman replied. You lied. Yes. Eli stared at the dashboard. Jesus. I knew that exchange. Not the words, but the dynamic. Somebody afraid. Somebody controlled. Somebody using calm as a weapon. And underneath that, something else tugged at me. The room sound. Not just acoustics anymore. Specific frequencies. A hollow ring under the voices. A faint flutter echo that repeated at odd intervals. Not a street, not open air. A concrete enclosure. I looked up through the rain at the half-built underpass ahead. Owen, I said, I think this isn't random. I think the recording was made somewhere like this. Then leave, he said immediately. I can't. You can still put it in reverse. I don't think that car behind us is going to let us. As if on cue, the headlights at the mouth of the lane brightened, then crept forward 6 inches. Just enough to say, yes, I'm still here. Eli swore quietly. His face had gone gray in the dashboard light. Whoever's back there, they're real. This is real. We call 911 again. We do, I said. Now. I grabbed the phone, thumbed emergency call, and put it on speaker. 1 ring. 2. Then the car speakers overrode it. Not fully. I could still hear the dispatcher beginning her script, distant and flattened. But the Bluetooth audio surged over the top until the woman's voice occupied the cabin like a person leaning between our seats. If you involve them, she said, he'll leave. He who? I shouted. Then you'll never know where she is. My whole body went cold in a small, precise way. Not dramatic. Just a withdrawal of heat from my hands. Eli turned to me. Who's she? I don't know. The dispatcher was still talking, asking for our location, repeating hello when neither of us answered quickly enough. Owen said, stay with the dispatcher. Maya, stay with, then his voice vanished. The call with him dropped. My screen showed call failed where his name had been. At the same time, the emergency operator's voice sharpened through static. Caller, if you can hear me, state your emergency. I gave our location as best I could. Construction access off a residential side street south of Broadway near Diversey by the unfinished underpass, blocked in by another vehicle. My voice sounded controlled, too controlled, like the woman's had earlier. I hated that. Are you in immediate danger? The dispatcher asked. Yes, Eli said. I don't know, I said at the exact same time. The The dispatcher seized on my uncertainty. "Can you drive away?" "No," Eli said. "I'm trying to determine that," I said. That bought us seconds, not help. I knew the system well enough to hear it. Active threat if concrete. Welfare check if not. The whole thing balanced on language. The woman on the speaker said, "Ask about the missing person report from this morning." The dispatcher paused, not because she had heard it she couldn't have, but because I had. My skin prickled. "What?" Eli stared at me. "What missing person report?" I looked at the recorder lying in the cup holder, still running. Tiny red light steady. And suddenly, the shape of it started to come through. The woman knew future listeners existed. The device searched, connected, pushed the audio along. There was a man behind us using that connection to hurt us physically. And somewhere in the middle of it, maybe at the center of it, there had been a girl, or a woman, someone missing. Not supernatural, not cursed, human. Someone had built a trap out of ordinary systems, Bluetooth pairing, spoofed device IDs, texting, maybe some exploit in my car's infotainment, and layered it over a recording from a real event. Someone wanted us to follow it, or wanted to keep us from following it. That difference mattered. "Dispatcher," I said, forcing my voice steady, "I need you to check if there was a missing person report filed today connected to a vehicle or construction site in this area." A beat. "That's not information I can provide during. I work in audio," I said, talking too fast now. "There's a recording playing in our vehicle. It sounds like a woman and a younger man. She just referenced a missing person report. We are being followed by a car. Please." Silence on the line except for keyboard clatter. I had given her something specific, something loggable. That helped. Eli whispered, "How do you know that's not part of the trick?" "I don't," I said. "That's not reassuring." The lights behind us flared brighter. The car at the entrance started moving. Not fast, slow, intentional, closing the distance. "Okay," Eli said, all the air gone from his voice. "He's coming." I put the car in reverse and pressed the gas. Nothing. The engine revved. The tires spun once on wet grit, but the car barely moved. I tried again, harder. A sick, grinding slip came through the pedals. Right rear traction gone. I understood a second later. Not mechanical failure. Positioning. We were angled half into the torn edge of the trench. One rear tire had dropped just enough into mud and broken asphalt to lose purchase. A simple problem. A devastating one. "We're stuck," I said. Eli made a sound like someone choking. The approaching car was maybe 20 yards back now, headlights washing over us, too bright to see the driver. On the speakers, the young man from the recording said quietly, "This is where he boxed me in." The woman said nothing. That was the payoff. The recording hadn't just led us somewhere similar. It had led us to the same kind of trap. Maybe the same person, same method. My mind jumped hard and fast through details. Scrape on metal. Sign not to read. Don't stop. Device searching. The woman recording instructions not for the young man alone, but for whoever heard it next. Not a warning to obey. A warning about how the trap worked. "Eli," I said, seat all the way back. "What? Do it." He did, fumbling for the bar and shoving the seat rearward. I twisted toward the back, reached blindly into the footwell, and grabbed the casserole dish from earlier. Heavy ceramic, awkward, wrapped in towels. "Maya," Eli said, "window breaker. With lasagna. It's baked ziti." This is not the time. The other car kept coming. I slammed the edge of the dish into the passenger side window. The first hit cracked it in a white starburst, but didn't shatter. Pain shot up my wrists. Again. On the third strike, the tempered glass exploded inward in a spray of pebbled cubes, raining over Eli's lap and the seat. He yelped, throwing up an arm. One piece sliced across his cheekbone under the eye, a thin, bright line. Cold rain rushed in. "That's our way out," I said. The approaching car accelerated. Not much, enough. Eli scrabbled at the seatbelt, hit the release, and kicked at the broken frame. "What about you?" "Driver's side if I need it." "If you need it," I shoved the phone at him. "Take this. Stay on with dispatch. Get over the seat if the door won't open." He took it automatically, bleeding and breathing too fast. "Maya, go." He started climbing. The dispatcher's voice, faint under the Bluetooth hiss. "Officers are en route. Stay in the vehicle if possible." Too late. The car behind us lurched the last few yards and stopped crooked across our rear, blocking any chance of backing out, even if I got traction. Its driver door opened. A man got out. Mid-30s maybe, white. Dark rain jacket. Baseball cap pulled low. Not huge, not movie-threatening, just the kind of guy you'd forget after passing him in a grocery store. That made it worse. He carried something in his right hand that at first looked like a flashlight. Then he raised it, and I saw the antenna. A handheld radio or signal tool. Maybe a jammer. Maybe something built for this exact purpose. He started toward us through the rain. On the speakers, the woman said for the first time with real urgency, "Don't let him shut the car off." I stared at the push start button glowing near my knee. Of course, if he killed the system, maybe he killed the evidence. Maybe he killed whatever track we had of him. Maybe the recording ended here every time because he ended it. The man was 5 steps away now. He looked directly at me and smiled. Small, apologetic, almost. Like a locksmith about to explain a fee. I threw the car into drive and floored it. The front tires caught. We lurched forward, deeper into the site, skidding between barriers, with the rear still fishtailing from the trapped wheel. The man slapped a hand on the trunk as we shot past. I heard him shout, more angry than surprised. Jesus Christ. Eli was half over the center console, half in broken glass, still gripping my phone. Blood from his cheek ran down onto his collar. The lane ahead dipped into the unfinished underpass. Bare concrete walls rose on either side, amplifying engine noise until it sounded like we were inside a drum. Water sheeted down the walls. Our headlights found standing water across the base, maybe 6 inches deep, maybe more. We had nowhere else to go. I didn't slow enough. The car hit the flooded section and plowed in. Water erupted over the hood. The steering went light, then wrong. We slewed sideways and smashed the front corner into a concrete barrier with a noise like a dropped refrigerator. Airbags blew, white fabric, chemical smoke. A punch to the chest and face so hard I saw a burst of color behind my eyes. Then stillness, not silence. Never silence. Rain, ticking engine, Eli coughing. The woman's voice somewhere under the ringing in my ears. I tasted blood, my nose, maybe lip. My left shoulder burned hot and useless where the belt had locked. Eli, a cough. "Here, can you move?" Yeah, I think so," a groan. "My face is bad." "Your face was never great." It was a stupid line. It worked anyway. He laughed once, sharp and pained, then spat glass and blood into his sleeve. The airbags sagged slowly. Water lapped against the doors, not rising fast, but there, seeping under somewhere. The engine was still running. The The speakers crackled. The young man's voice said, very faintly now, "I couldn't get out." The woman replied, "Then make him come to you." I turned my head as far as my screaming neck allowed and looked through the fractured rear glass. Headlights at the top of the dip. The man had followed on foot. His figure moved through rain and shadow, cautious now. He had lost the easy smile. He also thought we were trapped. "Good. Recorder," I said. Eli blinked at me through powder residue and blood. "What? The recorder? Is it still?" He pawed blindly, found it in the cup holder, held it up. Red light still on. I laughed once, then winced because laughing hurt. "Good," I said. "Good." The man reached the driver's side window and banged on the cracked glass with the tool in his hand. "Vehicles flooded," he shouted through the rain, voice ordinary and annoyed. "You need to shut it off and unlock." There it was, human, no distortion. Same cadence as 100 men explaining things they had no right to control. I looked straight at him. "You first," he frowned. A tiny crease. He hadn't expected me conscious, maybe. His eyes dropped to the recorder in Eli's hand. That changed everything. He raised the tool. "Down," I shouted. He smashed the driver's window. Glass burst inward. I threw up my good arm and felt cuts rake across the back of my hand and forehead. He reached through, groping for the ignition, for the lock, for me. I jammed the broken edge of the casserole dish into his forearm. Not deep. Ceramic doesn't cut like a knife. But it was jagged and heavy and desperate, and he yelled, recoiling hard enough to slam his elbow against the frame. Eli kicked the passenger door with both feet. Once, twice. On the third kick, it gave enough for cold water to rush in around the seal. He shoved harder, clawed through the broken window frame, and tumbled out into shin-deep water with my phone still in his hand. The dispatcher was shouting from it now. Tiny, furious. The man circled toward Eli. I hit the horn. The sound inside the underpass was monstrous. It bounced and multiplied, a continuous screaming blast of electrical panic. The man flinched, turned back instinctively. I leaned on it with my whole weight. Again. From above, somewhere beyond the rain, another sound answered. A siren, distant but real. The man heard it too. His face changed. Not panic, calculation. He lunged one last time for the window, not for me, for the recorder on the passenger seat where Eli had dropped it climbing out. I grabbed it first. He caught my wrist. Hard. Pain flashed white up my arm. His grip was slick with rain and blood. He pulled, trying to wrench the recorder out through the broken window. I held on, because by then it was no longer about curiosity or proof. It was about not letting him tidy this up into nothing. We strained there for one insane second, neither of us strong enough to win cleanly. Then Eli came back. Not smart, not heroic in any polished way, just limping through cold water with a tire iron from somewhere. I never found out where he got it. Maybe from the back of my car, maybe from the site, and he swung at the man's knee. The crack of metal on bone was sickening and unmistakable. The man went down with a noise I still hear sometimes when I wake up. He let go. I pulled the recorder back into the car and hugged it to my chest like it mattered more than oxygen. Sirens were louder now, close, reflecting blue and red against wet concrete. The man tried to crawl. Eli backed away, shaking, tire iron still up, his own face streaming red from the cut under his eye. He looked 19 then, not a cashier playing brave, a kid who had just hurt someone because there was no softer option left. "Stay down," he said, voice breaking. "Stay down." The man didn't listen. He dragged himself another foot. Then lights flooded the underpass, and voices took over, and the whole thing finally, brutally, became official. Hands, commands, weapons drawn. The man flattened by force. Eli pulled away. My door pried open from outside. Rain on my face. Someone asking my name, my injuries, whether anyone else was in the vehicle. By the time they cut the engine, the Bluetooth audio had already gone. Not faded, gone. Just the ordinary ticking of a wrecked car cooling in rainwater. That was the end of the immediate danger, I guess. The cleanest version of resolved we were going to get. But not the end of it. Because as they eased me onto a backboard, and I clutched that recorder against my chest, I kept hearing the woman's last clear line in my head. Don't let him shut the car off. Not save yourself. Not call for help. Not run. That. Meaning she had known exactly what mattered. Meaning she had probably been here before us, in some version of this, leaving pieces behind for the next person to find. Meaning the recording wasn't a haunting. It was evidence with teeth. And somewhere between the gas station and the underpass, between my stubbornness and Eli's split cheek, and the man with the signal tool limping under police boots, I had stopped being curious about the file. I had started being afraid of how many cars it had already found. They took the recorder from me twice. The first time was in the ambulance, when the paramedic with the tired eyes was cutting my jacket sleeve open and trying to decide whether my shoulder was broken or just badly strained. He said, "I need your hands free." And I said no in a voice so flat even I barely recognized it. He looked at me, then at the little black recorder slick with rain and my blood, and let me keep it resting against my stomach while he worked around it. The second time was at Illinois Masonic, after X-rays and a CT, and 4 separate people asking me if I remembered the date, the president, my full name, whether I had blacked out, whether I had consumed alcohol, whether anyone had tried to hurt me before tonight. A detective in a damp sport coat introduced himself as Detective Lena Morales, 38, female, and held out a gloved hand for the evidence bag on my lap. She had a narrow face, dark circles under both eyes, and the kind of calm that suggested long practice rather than natural temperament. Not the woman from the recording, not even close, but the same refusal to waste words. "You can keep holding the bag," she said, seeing my grip tight. "But I do need the device itself." I looked at the clear plastic bag. The recorder inside seemed smaller now, ordinary, cheap, the kind of thing you could buy online without thinking too hard and lose in a junk drawer within 6 months. "It recorded all of it," I said. "That's what the text told me. You need to copy it before we will." "No," I said, more sharply than I meant to. "Right away." Detective Morales waited a beat. "You think it can be wiped remotely?" I hesitated. In the fluorescent light, with hospital tape itching at my wrist and dried blood stiff on my temple, saying yes felt like stepping over a line from rattled witness into unreliable narrator. Still, I said it. I think whoever did this knew exactly what systems he was touching. I think he wanted the car off because it would kill the feed. I think he went for the recorder because he knew I had something he didn't control. Morales nodded once. She didn't humor me. She didn't dismiss me either. "We already have officers with the suspect and the equipment recovered at the scene. This is going straight to digital forensics. chain of custody starts the second you let go. That was good enough. Or maybe I was just tired. I handed it over. My shoulder was sprained, not broken. I had 6 stitches along my hairline, 3 butterfly closures on the back of my right hand, a fat bruise blooming diagonally across my chest where the seatbelt had caught me, and enough tiny cuts from the window glass that the nurse stopped counting and started using words like superficial. They wanted to keep me for observation because of the crash and the brief confusion afterward. I told them I'd cooperate as long as somebody told me where Eli was. Other room, the nurse said. Facial laceration. Knees banged up. No orbital fracture. That phrase stayed with me. No orbital fracture. A practical mercy. Owen arrived sometime around 3 in the morning, damp from the rain, eyes red, one shoe untied. He came into the curtained bay with the expression of somebody who had spent the last hour imagining all available worst-case scenarios and had not yet caught up to the fact that the person in front of him was alive. He hugged me too hard. I made a noise that was part laugh, part pain, and shoved at him with my good arm. Easy. He stepped back instantly. Sorry. He stood there looking at me, the hospital gown, the tape, the blood they had missed near my ear, the cup of melted ice chips on the tray table. Then he sat down hard in the plastic chair and put both hands over his face. I let him stay like that. After a while he said, muffled, I hate that you were right. About what? That it wasn't just a glitch. I looked at the curtain. Yeah, he lowered his hands. I also hate that you were right to keep recording. That landed strangely. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I just felt tired enough to cry and too dehydrated to manage it. I was also wrong, I said, about almost every decision after that. You're alive. So is Eli, I hope. He is. Owen rubbed at his jaw. The detective talked to me outside. He's getting stitched up. His manager had to come in. Apparently, he hit a guy with a tire iron. He saved us. I know. He stared at the floor. Mom can't know all of this. That made me laugh for real, which hurt enough to remind me how much of my face had participated in the crash. Absolutely not. We sat in a silence that wasn't comfortable, but wasn't hostile either. Just crowded. Hospital silence. Carts squeaking. Distant monitor alarms. Somebody coughing behind another curtain. Rain ticking faintly at the window. Eventually, Owen said, Did they figure out who the guy was? Not yet. Did they say what he was doing? No. What about the recording? I looked at him. He looked back and then immediately looked away. That was the thing neither of us wanted to touch first. There was a missing person report, I said. He went still. Detective Morales told me after they pulled some local logs and matched part of the audio timeline. Not public yet. 19-year-old girl. Last seen the night before. They found her phone this morning in an industrial drainage ditch about 1.5 miles from where we crashed. Owen swore softly. She's alive, I said quickly. He looked up so fast the chair legs screeched. She got out, not cleanly. Broken wrist, exposure, hypothermia, mild concussion, but alive. His shoulders dropped an inch. Okay. They think the woman in the recording was with her, or maybe with someone else before her. They're not sure yet. They found the woman. No. He was quiet for a moment. And the guy, they're not saying much. They did say the equipment in his car included a signal amplifier, a laptop, some cloned key fobs, and something rigged to spoof known Bluetooth profiles. Enough to make me sound less insane. That ship sailed hours ago, he said. I smiled despite myself. By morning, The worst of the adrenaline had left, and everything underneath it became obvious. I shook when I tried to lift the water cup. My shoulders cramped. My thoughts moved in weird loops, and then stopped entirely. Exhaustion wasn't a soft fade. It was a wall. They discharged me just after noon with a sling, pain meds, instructions about concussion symptoms, and a brochure on acute stress reactions, printed in a font that made trauma look mildly corporate. Eli was being discharged too. We met in the hallway near the elevators. He looked older and younger at the same time. There was a neat line of stitches under his right eye, a square bandage on his chin, and a hospital sweatshirt someone had found for him that was too big in the shoulders. He was walking carefully, favoring one knee. For a second, we both just stood there. Then he said, Hey, you look bad. So do you. Fair. That got the edge of a smile out of him, then nothing again. His manager hovered a few feet away with a car key in hand, and the expression of a woman who had not signed up for any of this. Owen was behind me. Everybody had the stance of people wading through a social script they didn't know how to perform. I'm sorry, Eli said suddenly. For what? For coming with you. For not calling 911 sooner. For, he glanced at the stitches under my hairline. All of it. I shook my head once and regretted it immediately. You don't get to apologize for saving my life. His mouth tightened. I hit him. Yes, I can still feel it. There wasn't a good answer to that, so I gave him the true one. Me too. He swallowed hard and looked down at the ugly hospital floor tiles. The police said there might be court stuff, statements, maybe testimony. Yeah, I don't think I want to hear that recording again. That one I understood in my bones. You probably will, I said. But not today, he nodded. After a moment, he reached into the pocket of the sweatshirt and held out a folded receipt. Gas station paper, thin and already soft at the creases. What's this? Your store receipt from last night. You dropped it at the counter when you were pulling stuff out of your bag. He gave a weak shrug. I figured you might want something normal from before. I unfolded it. Coffee, windshield wipes, protein bar from the day before. Not even from that night. A stupid little thing. Pointless. I kept it. Legal part moved with brutal practicality. Over the next week, I talked to detectives twice, then again with an assistant state's attorney in a room that smelled faintly of old printer toner and hand sanitizer. The suspect's name was Aaron Vale, 36, male. Prior arrests for fraud, unauthorized access devices, vehicle theft. Nothing violent enough on paper to predict what he had been doing in that construction site. They were careful with language. Alleged, suspected, connected to, under investigation. He had not been acting entirely alone, it turned out, though alone enough in the immediate moment. The laptop recovered from his car linked to multiple stolen device profiles, and a cluster of location-tagged audio files, some corrupted, some partial. One matched the recording from my car almost exactly, but longer. Another included a different voice entirely. A third was mostly road noise and someone crying. That was the part Detective Morales told me in the gentlest tone she had. They're not all from the same night, she said. We were in an interview room with a table too big for its purpose. My shoulder throbbed in time with the building's HVAC click. How many? We don't know yet. And the woman, she shook her head. Still unidentified. The girl who got out, her family with her. She's not in condition for a full interview. Did she say anything? Morales hesitated. Very little. Enough to support charges. not enough to explain the whole pattern. I stared at the paper cup of water in front of me. What about the guy in the recording? The one with the woman? We have not identified him. Not we haven't found. Not he's alive. Just identified. That told me enough. My car was totaled. The insurance adjuster said it standing in a tow yard with his tablet in one hand and a look of bureaucratic sympathy on his face. Front end damage, deployed airbags, water intrusion, compromised electronics. The interior smelled like wet insulation and spent propellant. The passenger window was gone, taped over with cloudy plastic that fluttered in the wind. There were dark rust-colored smears on the center console they told me were mine and Eli S. The dashboard was dead. I stood there in my sling, staring at the blank screen where BT Audio had lived for the longest night of my life. Anything personal you want out, now's the time, the adjuster said. I reached into the back seat and got the casserole dish, or what was left of it. The ceramic had broken into 3 main pieces, still half wrapped in my mother's kitchen towels. Baked ziti fossilized across one edge. I took the towels too. At home, the apartment looked offensively normal. The radiator clanged. The fridge motor kicked on and off. Somebody upstairs dropped something heavy and then walked around for 10 full minutes like they'd forgotten how floors worked. My shoes sat by the door where I had left them before Owen called about his wrist. The mail on the table included a credit card offer and a flyer for window cleaning. I couldn't settle. For 3 nights, I slept in bursts of 40 minutes. Every time I drifted off, some tiny sound would yank me up, the buzz of my phone against wood, a car door slamming on the street below, a neighbor's Bluetooth speaker crackling through the wall. Once, a rideshare outside idled long enough that I got out of bed, peered through the blinds, and stood there bare-footed with my pulse climbing before it drove away. I blocked Jonah's number on the 4th night. That detail probably sounds unrelated. It was. He texted after hearing from a mutual friend that I'd been in an accident. Heard you had a rough week. Call if you need anything. Before, I would have let it sit there. I would have stared at it, weighed tone against history, maybe even answered just enough to reopen the door I kept pretending was already shut. Instead, I looked at the message, felt the old automatic sway in my chest, and blocked him without replying. It didn't fix anything important. It just felt like finally moving one small lock into place. Owen came by after work most evenings for a while. He pretended it was because I couldn't lift groceries one-handed, which was partly true. He took over my laundry, criticized my pain med schedule, and installed a cheap motion light in the apartment hallway like that would do anything against what had actually happened. I let him. It helped him more than me, but it did help me some. Eli and I texted a few times. Brief, practical things. Court date changes. Detective updates. A photo of the scar under his eye after the stitches came out, captioned "Makes me look mysterious, unfortunately." I sent back "You've never been mysterious a day in your life." That was about as deep as either of us could go without feeling the floor give way. 2 weeks later, Detective Morales called and asked if I could come in to identify a segment of the recovered audio. "I thought you had the recorder," I said. "We do. This is from the suspect's laptop." I almost said no. I should have, maybe, but I went. The file they played me was cleaner than mine. Same woman, same younger man, same car sounds. But there was more before the part that had reached me. In the earlier section, the woman was whispering fast and strained in a way my copy had mostly erased. She was explaining things, not everything, not enough, but pieces. He uses named devices first, she said. Phones, car systems, rentals, anything that auto pairs. If he loses one target, he moves to the next. Keep the engine on. Keep moving where there are lights. If you get a chance, record him back. Record him back. That was what I had done without understanding it. What do you think she was doing? Morales asked after the clip ended. I sat very still in the interview chair, leaving instructions for whoever came after. Morales nodded once. That's our read too. Did it help the girl? A pause. Possibly. That was as much as she would give me. By December, the weather turned hard and bright. Chicago in that mean, clean mood where the sky looks polished and the wind off the lake slices through coats and arguments equally. My stitches were out. The bruise across my chest had gone green, then yellow, then finally disappeared. My shoulders still clicked when I reached too high. I went back to work part-time. The first day in the studio, I put on headphones and nearly took them off again. Every room tone suddenly felt personal. Every clipped consonant and accidental breath made my skin go taut. My boss, to his credit, didn't ask for details. He just moved me off live interviews for a while and gave me cleanup work that didn't involve people whispering under road noise. The city kept being itself. Buses late, dogs pulling their owners across slush, teenagers laughing too loudly outside the pizza place on the corner, sirens far away and never for you until they are. That is the part nobody tells you about after something like that. Not that life returns. It doesn't, exactly. It resumes, slightly bent. One ordinary Thursday evening in January, I borrowed Owen's car to pick up groceries because mine was still an insurance check and a stack of paperwork instead of an actual vehicle. I sat in the driver's seat for a full minute before turning the key. My hands were steady, more or less. The radio came on immediately. Some local host talking about road salt shortages. I laughed out loud from sheer relief. At the store, I bought too much again. Pasta, dish soap, coffee, clementines. On the way back up to the apartment, the plastic bags cut into my fingers, and the stairwell smelled like onions and old paint. Ordinary, heavy, annoying. Inside, I set everything on the kitchen counter and noticed my phone buzzing in my coat pocket. Unknown number. For 1 second, everything in me went perfectly still. Then I answered on speaker without meaning to, because panic and reflex are cousins. Nothing, no breathing, no voice, just the faint hiss of an open line. I stood in my kitchen with the grocery bags at my feet, listening. Then, from somewhere very far away on the connection, came a sound I knew too well. A turn signal. Click, click, click. The line went dead. I kept standing there long after the screen went dark, one hand resting on a bag of clementines, the radiator knocking in the next room like a fist against old pipes. By the time Owen texted to ask whether I'd remembered the coffee, I was already moving again. I texted back yes. I put the groceries away. I locked the door. I checked it twice. Then I sat down at my table with a notepad, wrote the number at the top of the page, and underlined it once. Not because I wanted back in, because now I knew exactly what an open door costs. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, my smart home system just locked the doors and whispered, "He's here," is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The deadbolt clicked once, then twice, a hard metal sound that carried through the house more sharply than it should have. A second later, every light on the first floor dipped to a warmer setting, and the ceiling speaker above the entryway let out a soft chime. Then the house spoke in the same calm female voice it used for weather updates and grocery reminders. "He's here." I was standing barefoot in the kitchen with a wet glass in one hand and dish soap cooling on my wrist. For half a second, I thought it was the TV from the living room, or a podcast still running on my phone, or one of those weird, stitched-together phrases smart assistants sometimes spit out when they mishear you. Something explainable, something stupid. My name is Mara Jensen. I was 33 that fall, and I had been in the house exactly 19 days. I live in Tacoma, Washington, in a narrow 3-story townhome on a sloping street above the water. The kind of new build with gray siding, black window frames, and too many apps tied to too many things. I worked from home writing product copy for software companies, which meant I spent an unhealthy amount of time talking to systems that were always promising to make life smoother. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I hated looking foolish more than I hated being wrong. I could sit with a bad feeling for hours if admitting it out loud meant sounding dramatic. So instead of panicking, I set the glass down in the sink and said, too casually, "Okay, funny." The house didn't answer. The vent above the stove gave a low rattle. Outside, a car passed over the wet street with that hush tires make after rain. My front door, 2 rooms over, remained locked. I wiped my hand on a dish towel and looked at the wall tablet mounted near the pantry. The home dashboard was still awake, glowing pale blue in the dim kitchen. Front entry, secured. Garage door, closed. Motion event detected. 8:41 p.m. That made sense, sort of. We had motion alerts on the front walkway because people in the neighborhood kept complaining on Nextdoor about package thieves and bored teenagers checking car doors at night. The whisper didn't. There was no setting called "He's here." There was supposed to be a recorded chime, then front door locked, if the system armed itself after dark. I stood there listening. The refrigerator compressor hummed. Somewhere upstairs, faint and irregular, came the papery tap of air pushing one of the half-unpacked wardrobe boxes against the bedroom wall. Then someone knocked. 3 quick raps. Not aggressive, just close enough together to make me jump anyway. "Mara," a man called through the door. It was Eli. I exhaled so hard I laughed at myself. Eli Mercer was 35, male, broad-shouldered, in a way that made every jacket look too small even when it fit. He did commercial electrical work and had spent the last 2 weekends helping me fix the stupid little things the builders had rushed, an outlet in the upstairs bath that tripped for no reason, cabinet hinges hanging crooked, the guest room window that needed a shoulder to latch. He had the kind of practical patience I borrowed when mine ran out. And because he worked with wiring and panels all day, he treated every problem in the house like a thing with a cause, a path, and a fix. "Doors locked," I called. Another pause. "Yeah, I got that." He rattled the handle once, then again. "Why is it not unlocking from my phone?" "Because apparently my haunted luxury toaster of a house thinks you're—" I stopped, already embarrassed by how that sounded. I crossed the entryway and looked through the narrow glass sidelight beside the door. Eli stood on the porch in a damp work hoodie, hair flattened from drizzle, one hand holding a brown paper bag against his chest. Thai takeout. His truck sat at the curb under the maple tree, beads of streetlight caught on the windshield. "You're what?" he said. The system did something weird. I touched the wall screen near the door and brought up the camera feed. The porch view sharpened into color. Eli lifted his free hand and made a face at the lens. "Please tell me you didn't set some kind of night lockdown mode and forget," he said. "I didn't forget." "Then what'd it do?" I hesitated, which annoyed me, because the second you hesitate with a sentence like that, it gets bigger. "It locked the doors," I said, "and then it said, 'He's here.'" Eli went still for one beat. Then he barked a laugh. "Okay, that's creepy enough that I almost respect it." "Right. Sure it didn't say I'm here?" "No, or entry clear, or something normal that your brain turned into a horror movie line." That landed because it was exactly the fear under my skin. Not that something impossible had happened, that I'd heard a normal glitch and made it sinister because I was alone, because the rain had started, because the house still smelled faintly of new paint and cardboard and didn't feel fully like mine yet. I unlocked the door from the screen. Nothing happened. I tried again. The screen flashed command sent, then error, device not responding. Eli saw my face change through the glass. "What? It's not opening." He put the takeout bag down and crouched by the keypad. "I've got the backup code. Try it." His fingers moved. The keypad lit white, then red. A flat tone sounded. "Nope." I checked the app on my phone. Spinning wheel. Connecting. Then a banner at the top. "Some devices may be temporarily offline." "That's great," I muttered. Eli leaned close to the sidelight. "Is the manual thumb turn engaged?" "From inside, yeah. So turn it." I did. The deadbolt gave resistance at first, like it was under tension, then moved halfway and stopped with a dry scraping sound from inside the door. "It's stuck." "Let me guess," he said. "Premium smart lock. Builder's choice." Of course. For a few minutes, it still felt annoying rather than frightening. Eli talked me through removing the interior cover plate while he stood outside in the damp, peering through the glass and telling me which screws to loosen. The entryway light had dimmed automatically with the rest of the house, and I had to angle my phone flashlight against the brushed nickel housing to see what I was doing. Dust clung to the edge of the mounting plate. One of the screws was already slightly stripped, which turned Eli quiet in a way that meant he was storing the information for later irritation. When I finally got the plastic cover off, the battery pack sat loose in its cradle. "That's it," I said. "It just died." "It shouldn't. The app should have warned you." "It didn't. Pull the battery and reset it." I did. The keypad outside flashed blue. The speaker over the entryway crackled softly, like a phone line opening. Then the voice said, "Mara, do not open the door." I froze with the battery pack in one hand. On the porch, Eli stopped speaking. The sentence had come from the ceiling speaker this time, not the door unit. Same house voice, same calm tone, but more direct. more intimate somehow because it used my name. We both waited for the obvious explanation to show up, for it to continue with a package alert, a calendar reminder, a clipped fragment from something else. Nothing. "Mara," Eli said finally, too controlled. "I know. Did you program that?" "No." "You sure?" I turned my face toward the speaker, as if it were a person in the room. "No." A gust of rain hit the front windows in a soft scatter. Somewhere down the block, a dog started barking, then another answered. The porch camera feed on the wall screen flickered once, showing Eli, then pixelated into blocks around his shoulders before clearing again. "I don't love this," Eli said. Neither did I, but the way my body felt wasn't clean fear yet. It was messier. Embarrassment, confusion, the prickly awareness that if I said this out loud to anyone else, I'd hear myself sounding ridiculous. Smart homes glitched. Speakers picked up snippets. Notifications got crossed. People on forums always found a boring answer eventually. "I'm going to reboot the hub," I said. "Good, do that. Then let me in." The main network cabinet was in the garage utility closet, tucked behind the water heater and a row of paint Ken's the previous owner had left. I had to cross the living room to get there. The TV was off, black screen reflecting the warm pools of lamplight and my own movement as I passed. Moving through the house at night still required little adjustments in my head. 2 shallow steps down into the living area rug edge curling at one corner, coffee table not quite centered because I kept bumping it with my shin and nudging it away. The garage door from inside the house had also locked. That part I knew because the lever wouldn't go down more than a fraction. "Seriously," I said to nobody. Eli heard me through the porch camera audio, tinny through the wall tablet. "What now?" "Interior garage door locked too," he swore under his breath. "Can you get upstairs? There's usually a fire egress from the top floor deck, right? Juliet balcony. No stairs. Back patio. Small fenced strip. Gate to the alley. Can you unlock that?" I crossed to the rear slider. Same thing. Handle lifted, then stopped. The smart sensor above the frame blinked amber. It was hard not to feel silly reporting it, but my voice came out thin anyway. "Everything's locked." There was a pause long enough that I knew Eli was deciding how much to say. "Mara," he said, "step away from the doors and check the cameras." That sentence changed the texture of the room, just enough. I went back to the wall tablet and pulled up the camera grid. Front porch, back patio, alley gate, garage exterior. The feeds loaded one by one in grayish nighttime color. Rain silvering hard surfaces. Fence boards damp and dark. A recycling bin tipped against the alley curb where somebody had dragged it out too early. No one on the patio. No one at the gate. No one near the garage. "Nothing," I said. The speaker above the entryway gave another soft crackle. This time, there was no full sentence, just a small breath of static, then what sounded like the beginning of a word clipped off before it formed. Eli heard that too. "Did you hear? Yes. Call the company. At 9 at night. "Yes." I stared at the screen. On the porch feed, Eli had picked the takeout bag back up without seeming aware he'd done it, as if his hands needed something ordinary to hold. Behind him, the street was empty. The neighbor's upstairs window across the way glowed blue with television light. Rainwater moved along the curb in a thin, bright line. I thought of telling him to come around back and climb the fence. I thought of calling 911 and trying to explain that my smart home had trapped me inside because of a software issue and maybe said a threatening sentence, unless I'd misheard it. I thought of how dispatchers must hear people like that and immediately turned their voices careful. Then the porch camera chirped and drew a yellow box around movement at the very edge of the frame. Not Eli. Behind him, just a slice of someone crossing the sidewalk beyond the porch light, too close to the lens to resolve into more than a shoulder and dark sleeve before the feed blurred and corrected. Eli turned, fast enough to make the paper bag swing. "Who's there?" No answer came back through the rain. I looked at the screen, then at the deadbolt, then up toward the speaker in the ceiling, waiting for the house to say something else. It didn't. That almost made it worse. Eli faced the camera again. His voice stayed steady, but only because he was forcing it to. "Mara," he said, "you've got two choices. You either call support right now, and we treat this like bad hardware, or you call the police, and we stop pretending it's only the lock." I stood in the entryway with the screwdriver still in my hand, battery cover at my feet, and the whole house listening. I had to choose before whatever this was chose for me. I didn't answer him right away, not because I didn't understand the choice, but because both options felt like admissions of something I didn't want to say out loud. If I called support, I was admitting this was probably a glitch, and I'd panicked for nothing. If I called the police, I was admitting I believed the house. And that meant I believed there was someone here. Eli watched me through the glass, rain collecting along the edge of the porch light behind him, turning everything into a halo of soft glare. He wasn't impatient, but he wasn't relaxed either. His shoulders were set in that slightly forward lean he got when he was ready to act. "Mara," he said more quietly, "don't freeze on me." "I'm not freezing. You're thinking in circles." That stung because it was true. I could feel the loop, explain it, minimize it, avoid looking stupid. My brain kept offering me softer versions of the same sentence. It's probably just a bug. It probably misheard something. It's probably the speaker above the entryway made a small clicking sound. Not speech, just a relay or a connection somewhere, like something inside the walls had opened and closed. I swallowed. "Okay, fine, I'll call support first." Eli didn't argue. He just nodded once. "Put it on speaker." I pulled up the app again, still struggling to connect. The support number was buried 2 menus deep under device health. I hit call and paced the length of the entryway while it rang. The house was too quiet. Not silent. There were still the normal sounds, the fridge, the distant traffic, the rain, but they felt separated from me somehow, like I was hearing them through a layer of glass. After 3 rings, a man picked up. "Thank you for calling Verity Home Systems. This is Daniel. How can I help you tonight?" His voice was smooth, practiced, not bored, not rushed. Exactly what you'd want at any other time. "Hi," I said, forcing my tone into something reasonable. My system just locked all my doors, and I can't unlock them from the app or the wall panel. "Okay, I can definitely help with that. Can I get your name and the address associated with your account?" I gave it to him. He typed. I could hear it faintly through the speaker. "And you said the doors locked automatically?" "Yes, and it also made an announcement that I don't recognize." "What did it say?" I hesitated again. Eli made a small, impatient gesture through the glass. It said, "He's here." And then a minute later, it told me not to open the door. There was a pause on the line, not long, just enough that it felt like Daniel had to choose his next sentence. "Okay," he said carefully. "That's not a standard system phrase. I know. Do you have any custom routines set up? Any voice triggers or security automations? No, I barely finished setting up the basics. Understood. Let me pull your system logs. While he worked, I watched the camera feeds. Eli had stepped back off the porch now, scanning the street, then the yard, then the side of the house. He moved like someone who didn't want to alarm me, but wasn't willing to ignore a possibility either. Okay, Daniel said. I'm seeing a security event triggered at 8:41 p.m. The system entered lockdown mode. I didn't put it in lockdown mode. No, it looks like it was triggered by an external command. My stomach tightened. External as in remote. External as in not initiated from your in-home devices. It could be the app, a linked account. Or I wasn't on the app, I said. Eli caught that through the speaker and frowned. Do you share access with anyone? Daniel asked. No, any previous owner accounts that might still be linked. The house is new construction. Okay. He sounded less smooth now. Still professional, but the edges were there. I'm going to try to send a reset command to the hub, he said. I see the system go offline briefly. Okay, the wall tablet flickered. The camera grid froze, then went gray. A message appeared, system restart in progress. The lights dimmed further, then snapped off entirely. For a second, the only light in the entryway came from my phone screen and the thin spill of the porch light through the glass. The house exhaled a long mechanical sigh as systems powered down. Daniel, I said, I'm still here. That's normal during a reset. Nothing about this feels normal. I understand. Give it about 30 seconds. 30 seconds stretched. The refrigerator cut out. The hum died. The air felt thicker without it. I could hear the rain more clearly now, individual drops hitting the railing outside, the faint hollow ring of water landing in the gutter. Then, somewhere upstairs, a floorboard creaked. I stopped breathing for a second. Eli, I said, barely above a whisper. I heard it. You heard that from outside. Yeah, another creak. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just the kind of sound a house makes when someone shifts their weight in the wrong place. It's the house settling, I said quickly, too quickly. Maybe, Eli said. But he had turned toward the side of the house now, toward the narrow gap between mine and the neighbor S, as if trying to angle for a better view of the upper windows. The tablet flickered back to life. Lights blinked on, one by one, not quite in sync. The camera feeds reloaded. Okay, Daniel said, a hint of relief in his voice. The system is coming back online. Can you try the front door now? I moved to the lock. The keypad glowed steady blue. I pressed the unlock icon on the screen. The deadbolt didn't move. Instead, the speaker clicked again. Mara, the voice said, softer this time, almost conversational. He's still here. The line went quiet, not disconnected, just silent. Daniel, I said, no response. I pulled the phone away and looked at it. The call timer was still counting up, but there was no audio. No background noise. Nothing. Did he hang up? Eli asked. I don't know. I tapped the screen. Hello, Daniel, the call dropped. I stared at the phone for a second, then slowly lowered it. Okay, Eli said, voice tighter now. We're past support, I nodded. I'm calling the police, I said, good. My fingers felt clumsy dialing 911, like they didn't quite belong to me. The dispatcher picked up on the first ring. 911, what's your emergency? I forced myself to be clear. Hi, I'm at my home in Tacoma. My smart lock system has locked all my doors, and I think someone might be trying to get in. What makes you think someone is trying to get in? There was a person on my camera, and the system is acting. I stopped, adjusted. It's malfunctioning in a way that suggests a security breach. Okay. Are you alone in the home? Yes. Is the person still outside? I don't know. I can't see them right now. Eli leaned closer to the sidelight, listening. What's your address? The dispatcher asked again, confirming I gave it. Officers are on the way. Stay on the line with me. Do not open the door for anyone except uniformed officers. Do you have a safe place you can go inside the home? I looked around. Open floor plan. Too much glass. Too many sightlines. Upstairs, I said. There's a bedroom. Okay, go there and lock the door if you can. If I can, I repeated. I moved toward the stairs, then hesitated, glancing back at Eli. I'm going upstairs, I told him. I'll stay here, he said. I'll keep an eye out. Be careful. You too, I climbed. Each step felt louder than it should have. The wood under my bare feet gave that soft, hollow thump that carried through the stairwell. Halfway up, I paused and listened. Nothing. At the top, the hallway stretched left and right, dimly lit by the recessed lights that had come back on after the reset. The boxes were still there, stacked against the wall, one slightly ajar where the tape hadn't held. The creak came again, closer this time, not from below, from the far end of the hallway. I stopped. Mara, the dispatcher said in my ear. Are you in the room? Not yet, I whispered. What do you hear? Footsteps, I said, and the word felt ridiculous even as I said it. Maybe, I don't know. Go into the room and secure yourself. I took a step forward. The sound stopped. I waited. Counted to 3. Then 5. Nothing. My heart was beating too fast now, not in a dramatic way, just enough to make everything else feel slightly off rhythm. I moved again, quicker this time, and slipped into the bedroom at the end of the hall. I pushed the door closed and tried the lock. It clicked, thank God. I leaned my forehead against the wood for a second. Mara, Eli's voice came faintly from downstairs, filtered through the house. I'm upstairs, I called back. You okay? I think so. The dispatcher stayed on the line, asking small, steady questions. My name, my phone number, whether I had any weapons in the house. I answered automatically, my attention split between her voice and the sounds beyond the door. Then something hit the front door downstairs. Hard, the impact traveled up through the frame of the house. A dull, heavy thud that made the walls tremble just enough to feel. Eli shouted, Hey, hey. Another hit. This one sharper, like metal on metal. Someone's trying to force it, Eli said, breathless now. Mara, stay put. I'm not moving, the dispatcher's voice sharpened. Officers are 2 minutes out. Stay where you are, downstairs. The house speaker crackled again. And over the sound of Eli shouting and the door being struck, the voice came through, calm as ever. Do not let him in. I backed away from the bedroom door, my hand still on the lock. Because for the first time, the sentence didn't feel like a glitch. It felt like a warning. The third hit on the front door sounded different. Not just force, something sharper behind it. Metal biting into wood. A pry bar, maybe. The frame groaned, a long, strained complaint that ran up through the stairwell and into the soles of my feet. Hey, back off. Eli's voice cracked on the second word. He wasn't shouting at me anymore. He was yelling at whoever was on the other side of that door. Mara, the dispatcher said in my ear, stay in the room. Officers are close. I can hear him, I said, meaning Eli. Meaning the other person too, even though I hadn't heard a voice from them yet. Another impact. A splintering sound this time, small but real. I moved farther back into the bedroom, then stopped myself. Distance didn't feel like safety if I couldn't see anything. I turned and crossed to the window instead. From up here, the street angled away to the left, the wet asphalt shining under the streetlights. Eli stood half on the porch, half off it now, his body angled between the door and the steps like he was trying to intercept someone without fully stepping into the dark. "Hey," he shouted again, and I saw him lunge forward. The porch camera feed on my phone lagged half a second behind what I saw with my eyes, but it caught the motion. A dark shape just outside the reach of the light, pulling back. "Stop," Eli yelled. The shape moved out of frame. For one horrible second, I thought Eli would follow. He didn't. He backed up instead fast, putting the door at his back again. "Mara," he called louder now. He ran toward the side, toward the alley. My throat tightened. The alley gate, the back patio. "I checked that," I said. "It was locked." Locks don't matter if he's got tools. Another hit on the front door, lighter this time. Testing. The dispatcher cut in. "Mara, do not go downstairs. Stay where you are." "I'm not going downstairs," I said, even though part of me already was. Because if he went around back. "Eli, the gate," I said. "Watch the gate. I'm on it." I couldn't see the back from the front window. I needed a different angle. I moved out of the bedroom, heart thudding hard enough to feel in my throat, and into the hallway. The boxes loomed larger now, edges catching shadows. The creak I'd heard earlier didn't come again, but the memory of it sat under my skin like a splinter. Past the guest room, the bathroom, and went into the small office that overlooked the back patio. The window there was narrower, but it gave me a clear view down into the fenced strip of yard and the wooden gate that opened into the alley. Rain had turned the concrete into a dull mirror. The fence boards were slick and dark. The gate latch gleamed faintly. For a second, nothing moved. Then the latch jerked, not slowly, not carefully. It snapped up as if someone had lifted it in one quick, practiced motion. "Eli," I said, my voice low and urgent. "He's at the back gate." "I'm coming around," Eli said. "No, too late." I heard him already moving, boots pounding off the porch, the hollow thud of his steps on the side walkway. The gate swung inward with a soft scrape. A man stepped through. He was closer now, fully visible in the spill of light from the office window. Mid-30s, maybe. Dark jacket, hood up despite the rain. Gloves. That was what stood out. Black gloves, tight to the hands. He didn't look around wildly or hesitate like someone unsure. He moved straight toward the sliding glass door like he knew exactly where it was. "Hey," Eli shouted from the side, breathless from the run. The man turned his head sharply toward the sound. For a split second, I saw his face. Not clearly, just enough. Pale under the porch light. Eyes fixed, alert. Not drunk, not confused. Focused. Then he moved, fast. He lunged for the sliding door handle. It didn't open. He yanked harder. The handle lifted, then stopped, just like it had for me. He swore low, controlled, and stepped back, reaching into his jacket. My stomach dropped. "Eli," I said. "He's got something." Eli came into view at the edge of the yard, slowing as he hit the wet concrete. "Get out of there," he shouted at the man. The man didn't run this time. He turned, squared his shoulders, and for a second the two of them just faced each other across the narrow strip of yard and rain. "Leave," Eli said, voice low now, dangerous. The man didn't answer. He just took one step back toward the fence, eyes flicking once toward the house, toward me, then turned and vaulted the gate in one smooth motion. Gone. Eli stood there, breathing hard, watching the alley. "Stay there," I called down. "Don't follow him." "I'm not," he said. "I'm not stupid." He ran a hand through his hair, then looked up at me. "You okay?" "I'm fine." My hands were shaking. The dispatcher was still in my ear, voice steady. Officers are turning onto your street now. Okay, I said, okay. Except nothing about this was okay. Because now we knew this wasn't just a glitch, not just a weird voice. There was a real person with tools moving around my house, testing entry points like he'd done it before. And the system had locked everything, including me. Eli, I said, forcing my voice to steady, we need to get the system offline. Completely. Agreed, he said immediately. Kill power to the hub. It's in the garage. Right. We both looked toward the front of the house without meaning to. The garage door was still locked. I can get to it from outside, Eli said. Breaker panel S on the side of the house. Do that. Stay upstairs. I will. He moved again, heading back around the side, slower this time, checking corners, scanning the alley before he turned his back to it. I watched until he disappeared, then pulled back from the window. My breathing felt too loud in the small office. Too fast. I needed to move, not stand there, not wait. I stepped back into the hallway and nearly jumped out of my skin. A shape stood at the far end. Tall, still. For a second, my brain filled in everything wrong. Someone inside, somehow past the locks, standing there, waiting. Then the recessed light above flickered. The shape resolved, just a coat. Hung on the back of a chair I'd dragged into the hallway earlier because I'd run out of space in the bedroom. I let out a shaky breath that turned into a short, sharp laugh. Jesus, I muttered. The dispatcher heard it. Mara, nothing, I said, false alarm. But my heart didn't slow right away. It hammered against my ribs, leaving me lightheaded. I moved past the chair into the bedroom again and shut the door, locking it out of habit. From outside, faint but distinct, came the metallic click of a breaker being flipped. The house reacted instantly. Lights flickered. The hum of the refrigerator cut out again. The wall tablet in the hallway went dark. For a second, I thought that was it, that we'd done it. Then the speaker above the bedroom door crackled. Impossible. The power was off. Mara, the voice said, quieter now, almost strained, like it was coming from somewhere deeper in the walls. He's not alone. I froze. Eli, I said, louder than I meant to. No answer. I rushed back to the window, heart slamming. The yard was empty, the gate still ajar. The side of the house, no movement. Then I saw it. At the far end of the alley, just beyond the reach of the streetlight, a second figure stepped into view. Not running, not rushing, just waiting, watching the house, watching me. Mara, the dispatcher said, sharper now, officers are on your street. Stay inside. Do not engage. Headlights swept across the front of the house, bright and sudden. Red and blue followed, reflecting off the wet pavement, flashing against the walls, filling the rooms with color. Relief hit hard and fast, almost dizzying. They're here, I said. Good, the dispatcher replied. Stay where you are until they make contact. I nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Downstairs, I heard voices, firm, commanding. Police, step away from the property. Eli answered immediately. I'm the homeowner's friend. He went that way, more voices. Radios crackling. Footsteps moving around the house. I sagged slightly against the window frame, tension draining in a rush. It was over. It had to be. And the bedroom door lock clicked. I felt it through my hand before I heard it. A small, mechanical shift. I looked down. The latch was retracting. No, I said, too soft to matter. The handle turned, and the door began to open. The bedroom door opened 3 inches and stopped. Not a dramatic swing, not a rush, just a careful inward drift, like someone on the other side had tested the handle and found it already giving way. I stumbled back so fast my hip hit the corner of the dresser. Pain shot up my side, hot and immediate. My phone nearly slipped from my hand. "Mara," the dispatcher snapped in my ear. "What's happening?" "The door," I said. The door opened. I looked at the gap. Nothing filled it. No hand. No face. Just the dim hall beyond, lit by the spill of red and blue from outside, the colors pulsing over the boxes, and the chair with the coat hanging off it. Then the speaker above the door crackled once and went dead. From downstairs, a man shouted, "Police. If anyone is inside, announce yourself." Not close enough. Not yet. I moved without deciding to, crossed the room, grabbed the edge of the door, and shoved it closed with my full weight. The latch didn't catch. I heard the little internal mechanism buzz uselessly under my palm. No lock. I looked around the room. Bed, dresser, nightstand. Half unpacked boxes. Curtain rods still on the floor because I hadn't installed it yet. The cheap lamp on the nightstand with its hollow metal base. I dropped the phone onto the bed, keeping the dispatcher on speaker, and dragged the dresser. It was solid oak veneer and heavier than it had seemed 2 weeks ago when the movers carried it in. My bare feet slipped on the hardwood. The bottom edge screamed against the floorboards loud enough to make my teeth ache. I shoved it inch by inch until it blocked most of the door. Not enough to make me feel safe, but enough to buy seconds. "Mara, officers are entering the home now," the dispatcher said. "Stay where you are and make noise so they can find you." I opened my mouth to shout. Then footsteps hit the stairs. Fast, too fast. Not the measured, calling cadence of officers clearing a house. These were hard, uneven footfalls, somebody taking steps 2 at a time, driven by panic or momentum. "Mara," Eli shouted. Relief hit so sharply it made my knees weak. "I'm up here." His footsteps hammered into the hall. He slammed into the dresser from the other side hard enough to shift it half an inch. "Me," he said, breathless. "Move it." I grabbed the top edge and pulled while he shoved. The dresser scraped back enough for him to wedge through the gap sideways. His hoodie was soaked black at the shoulders, and one sleeve was torn at the forearm. He had a spreading red scrape across his jaw and another on the heel of one hand. The second he was inside, he shoved the dresser back with me. "What happened?" I said. One of them doubled back. He bent over, hands on his knees for half a second, sucking air. Came at me from the blind side by the side yard. I saw him at the last second. "Are you hurt?" "Not bad." He was lying, at least partially. His breathing had that rough catch to it. Downstairs, an officer shouted again, closer now. "Tacoma Police, announce." Eli pointed at my phone. "You still with dispatch?" "Yes." "Good." He straightened and looked around the room once quickly, the way he looked at job sites when something had gone wrong. Cataloging. Window, door, furniture, lines of exit. The window. We both looked at it at the same time. From this bedroom, the front-facing one on the second floor, there was no easy way down. Just the small roofline over the living room bump out, then a drop to the narrow concrete path along the side of the house. Possible, maybe, if you were desperate and lucky. Easy place to break an ankle if you were. "Not unless we have to," Eli said. I nodded. Another sound came from the hall. A soft, deliberate scrape. Metal against wood. Both of us went still. "They're upstairs," I whispered. "Or one of them is. How? I don't know. But I did know one thing, suddenly and horribly. The front door had taken hits. The back gate had opened. The bedroom lock had disengaged by itself. We kept talking as if the danger was still outside, because that was easier to survive 1 second at a time. The window wasn't the only way in. There was the garage, utility closet, internal access, the door that had locked when the system went into lockdown. If someone had gotten into the garage before the full reset, before the doors sealed, or if there was another access panel, another builder shortcut, another stripped screw half-installed piece of crap, the scrape came again. Lower now, near the latch. Eli mouthed, "Pry bar." I grabbed the lamp. It weighed almost nothing, but the cord gave me something to wrap around my wrist. He spotted the curtain rod on the floor, snatched it up, and stripped off the plastic finial with one twist. Hollow aluminum, about 4 feet long. Not much. Better than empty hands. "Police," an officer shouted from the hall below. "Show me your hands," a man shouted back. Not words I could make out. Then a crash, something heavy falling into the wall. Eli flinched toward the door on instinct. The pry bar bit deeper. The top hinge gave a tiny metallic ping. "They're trying to pull you out while the cops are downstairs," he said. "Why me?" He looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw the thought arrive in him the same way it had in me, late and unwelcome. "This house," he said, "it's not random." The wall speaker by the bedroom door, dead for the past minute, suddenly gave a burst of static so violent it made me jump. Then the voice came back, degraded, chopped at the edges. "Garage," it said. "Mara, garage." Eli stared at it. I said, "Did it just?" "Yeah." Another shove hit the door. The dresser lurched toward us. Wood cracked near the latch. Eli made the choice first. We move. What? If that door goes, we get trapped in here. No cover, no real weapon. The cops are downstairs. The garage gives us the hub, the breaker, maybe a manual release, maybe proof of how they got in. Or it puts us closer to them. It already has. Another hit. Harder. The top corner of the door split with a sharp report. My whole body wanted to stay put. Old stupid instinct again. Don't make it worse. Don't choose the dramatic option. Keep things manageable until they stop being real. But there was nothing manageable left. Eli moved the dresser back before I could argue. "Go," he said. We ran, out into the hallway, left past the guest room and bathroom, then down the stairs. The house layout that had felt airy and expensive when I bought it now felt like a funnel, every angle forcing us into view. Open railing on one side, living room below, front door ahead at the lower landing, kitchen beyond. Red and blue lights strobed through the front windows. The main door stood partly open now, frame splintered near the deadbolt. 2 officers were inside, one near the entry and one by the living room opening, both looking toward the front, shouting commands at someone on the porch or just beyond it. Not at us. Not yet. "Up here," I shouted. The officer nearest the stairs spun, weapon raised halfway, then lowered it when he saw us. "Hands. Show me your hands." We did. Before he could say another word, movement flashed at the rear of the house. The sliding glass door. A figure came through low and fast, not because the door had opened normally, but because one panel had been shattered out at the bottom corner. Glass glittered across the kitchen tile. A man's shoulder rolled through the opening, gloved hand wrapped around something dark and heavy. Not a gun. A compact pry tool. Maybe a hammer. "Enough. Back," the officer yelled. Everything broke loose. The man lunged not at the officer, but toward the short hall that led to the garage door, as if that path mattered more than escape. The second officer pivoted to cut him off. The man swung the tool once wildly and caught the officer in the forearm. A grunt, a stumble. The tool clanged across the tile. Eli shoved me toward the living room wall. Down, I went hard, one knee slamming into hardwood. The first officer drove forward and tackled the intruder into the kitchen island. There was no cinematic grace to it. Just weight, impact, bodies hitting cabinetry. A bowl from the counter smashed somewhere near the sink. The intruder bucked once, elbowing backward. The officer lost balance. The man tore free and ran again, straight for the garage door, like he knew where he needed to go. Eli was closer than the officer. He moved without thinking. Later, I would hate him for that for a while, even though I understood it. He caught the man from the side just before the garage hall, wrapping both arms around his chest and driving him into the wall. The drywall boomed. Framed builder-grade art fell and burst underfoot. The intruder was smaller than Eli, but fast, furious in a focused way that made him more frightening. He drove the back of his head into Eli's mouth. I heard the crack of teeth meeting flesh. Eli's grip loosened. The man twisted and reached for the haul. I was already up. The lamp was still in my hand. I barely remembered it until I swung. I hit his wrist first. The lamp base dented and flew from my hand. He yelped, not dramatic, just startled pain, and his fingers smacked the wall instead of the smart panel mounted there. The panel. That was what he'd been reaching for, not just the garage door. The control screen. He turned toward me with a look on his face I still don't have a clean word for. Recognition, maybe. Not of me as a person, of me as the thing in the way. And Eli hit him again, lower this time, wrapping his arms around the man's waist and dragging him backward. They both went down hard on the hallway runner. The injured officer got there first, dropping onto the man's shoulders, forcing one arm behind him. The first officer came in a half-second later and finished it with brutal efficiency. Knee, wrist, cuffs. The whole fight took maybe 8 seconds. It felt like a room collapsing. "Clear," one of the officers shouted. Nobody answered clear, because from outside, beyond the broken slider, came the sound of running feet in the alley and another officer yelling, "Stop, police," the second one. I scrambled up enough to see over the counter toward the back patio. Flashlights jittered against the fence boards. A body hit the gate hard enough to bang it open. Then another shout. Then a wet thud that made every muscle in me go cold with understanding. The chase didn't last long. One officer came back into view at the slider and called for medics. Eli sat up against the hallway wall, hand clamped over his mouth. Blood ran down between his fingers and onto his wrist. His torn sleeve was darker now at the shoulder too, not just rain blood there as well, shallow but steady. I dropped beside him. "Let me see." He shook his head once, eyes squeezed shut. "Eli." He moved his hand. His lower lip was split open, and one front tooth was chipped badly, maybe broken deeper. Blood slicked his chin. Looked more shocked than pained, which scared me more. "You got hit in the shoulder too," I said. Sighed, he managed thickly. Tool caught me. One of the officers crouched near us, breath still hard from the fight. "Ma'am, are you injured?" I looked at my hands. Tiny cuts from somewhere. Glass. Wood. My knee was throbbing from the fall. My hip, where I'd hit the dresser earlier, felt stiff and hot. "Not bad. Stay put. Medics are coming." The intruder on the floor turned his head enough to look at me. Close up, he was younger than I'd thought. Early 30s, maybe. Rainwater, sweat, and kitchen grit on his face. No wildness. No drugs that I could see. Just a flat, trapped fury. "What do you want?" I heard myself ask. The officer beside him said, "Don't talk to him." But the man smiled, and that was worse than if he'd yelled. Not big, just enough to show he understood something I didn't. He shifted his gaze toward the garage hall. That was all. Then the paramedics were there, and radios, and too many voices overlapping. The second intruder, we learned in fragments, had run the alley and ignored commands, gone over a slick retaining wall behind the neighboring lot, and landed badly. Spinal precautions, unconscious but breathing. One officer with a twisted ankle. The one in my kitchen with a forearm already swelling where the tool had hit him. The house seemed to sag around all of it. Broken slider, splintered front frame, glass across the tile, and wet shoe prints all over the kitchen. The smart panel in the garage hall glowing calmly, somehow untouched, screen awake with its neat icons, entry, climate, cameras, scenes, as if none of this had happened inside its reach. When the medic cleaned the cuts on my hands, the sting was almost welcome. Something simple, something with a direct cause. When they checked Eli's shoulder, he hissed and finally let himself shake. Not from cold, I think, from the crash after. Looked at me while the medic taped gauze over the cut in his upper arm. "You hit him. You tackled him first. Terrible plan, awful plan." We both laughed once. It sounded wrong in the room. An officer approached then, older than the others, rain still beating on his vest. "Ma'am, we need you to stay available. Crime scene unit's coming. We'll also have detectives talk to you tonight if you're up for it." Tonight. Of course tonight. I looked past him to the garage hall again. The smart panel, the door, the utility closet beyond it, where the central hub sat hidden behind the water heater. "Someone needs to check the system," I said. "We will." "No, I mean now." He followed my gaze. "That's where they were headed." "I think so." The officer nodded once and sent another cop down the hall. I watched him go, watched the beam of his flashlight cut across the doorframe and disappear into the utility closet. A few seconds later, he called out for his sergeant. Something in his tone made the back of my neck tighten. Not panic, discovery. Payoff arriving with its face still covered. I didn't hear the details then, not all of them, just fragments from where I sat on the living room rug with drying blood on my hands and Eli beside me, his shoulder bandaged, his mouth swollen. Extra battery pack, secondary relay, hardwired bypass, camera splice. Words that meant the same thing in the end. This had not started tonight. Someone had prepared the house. And whatever else the smart system was doing, warning me, trapping me, saving me by accident or design, it had done it inside a setup another human being built. By the time the intruder in cuffs was taken out through the ruined front door, he looked at the ceiling speaker once. Not at me, not at Eli, at the speaker, like he was checking whether it might speak again. It didn't. That silence stayed with me longer than the shouting had, because the fight was over. The men were caught or down. The doors were open. Police were everywhere. And still, sitting there in my own house with my knee swelling and glass dust in my palms, I had the sick, steady feeling that we had survived something specific without understanding the whole shape of it. That was worse in a quieter way. Worse because now I had time to imagine how long it had been waiting. By 2 a.m, the house looked less like a place I lived and more like a diagram of bad decisions. Blue tape marked the broken edges of the slider so nobody would walk into the remaining glass. The front door stood crooked on its hinges, half detached from a frame split deep around the deadbolt. Muddy shoe prints dried in the kitchen grout. Every light was on now, not because I wanted them on, but because the officers had stopped asking before they flipped switches, and I hadn't asked them to stop. That was part of what stayed with me after. How quickly your home becomes procedural once enough strangers decide it has to. A paramedic cleaned the cut across Eli's shoulder in my living room, while another one checked my knee again and told me I should get the hip bruise imaged if I started feeling dizzy or nauseated. She said it in the patient, neutral tone of someone who knew most people would promise to follow up and then wait until the pain made the decision for them. Eli sat on one of my dining chairs with a paper towel pressed to his mouth, his split lip already swelling. He looked older suddenly. Not fragile, exactly, just used up. Rain had dried in his hair in stiff lines, and there was drywall dust on the front of his hoodie from where he'd driven the intruder into the hallway wall. When the medic told him one of his front teeth was probably going to need a crown, he gave a short laugh that ended badly and turned into a wince. "Great," he said thickly. "Always wanted one." I was sitting on the rug near the coffee table because my legs had started shaking when I tried to stand, and once I sat down, nobody pushed me to get back up. A detective crouched a few feet away with a legal pad balanced on one knee. He was in his 40s, clean-shaven, dry somehow despite all the rain, with the kind of face that stayed calm without ever looking soft. His name was Detective Sorensen. 46 male. He introduced himself in the foyer while stepping around broken trim and didn't overdo the sympathy. I appreciated that more than I would have expected. He asked me to walk him through the night from the first smart lock event onward. So I did. You learn, when you tell a story like that to police, how much you edit for normal conversation, how often you round off the parts that sound unlikely. I tried not to do that with him. I told him about the first whisper, the he's here, the failed unlock attempts, support, the reset, the voice using my name, the porch camera, the man at the back gate, the second figure in the alley, the bedroom door unlocking, the intruder going for the garage hall panel. I even told him the part I was most embarrassed by, that I'd spent the first several minutes trying harder to sound sane than to act quickly. He didn't react to that, just wrote it down. When I finished, he nodded once and said, "That part is common." What part? People delay when reality changes shape too fast. He said it like a fact from a manual, but it landed in a gentler place than I wanted to admit. Across the room, another officer was photographing the hallway damage. The flash kept reflecting off the TV screen, turning the living room window into a mirror every few seconds. Each burst showed the room back to me in pieces. The overturned dining chair, the lamp without its shade, the little brown paper bag of Thai food still sitting on the entry table where someone had finally put it, soaked through with oil and rain. I hadn't been hungry in hours, but the smell of basil and fish sauce had started to rise into the room as it cooled. Normal food smell. Human. Weirdly awful. Eventually, Sorensen stood and asked if I had somewhere else to stay. Looked around at the house, the boxes upstairs, the stripped screw from the lock assembly still on the entry table, the muddy water drying in thin trails where paramedics had tracked it in and said, "Not tonight. You have family nearby." "No, a friend." I looked at Eli. He had the paper towel folded smaller now, one shoulder taped, lower lip beginning to purple around the split. He was exhausted in a way that made him seem quieter, more deliberate. I'm not leaving her here alone, he said. Sorensen didn't smile, but something in his face eased by a fraction. That works. He then explained, carefully and without drama, what they knew so far. The two men were local. One had a record for burglary and vehicle theft. The other had done contract security installation work 3 years earlier under a subcontractor that had since dissolved. That part mattered. It connected too neatly to the house. New construction. Builder selected smart system. Sloppy installation on visible hardware. More competent work, buried where homeowners never look. The utility closet off the garage had been tampered with well before I moved in. Not extensively enough to trip standard inspections, but enough to matter if someone came back later knowing what they'd done. There was an added backup battery tied into the hub in a way that let the system stay partially active even if outside power was cut. A secondary wireless relay tucked behind conduit. A splice on one of the camera lines. It wasn't elegant. It was practical. You think they built themselves a way in, I said. Sorensen was careful with his answer. We think one of them may have retained knowledge of installation vulnerabilities in homes using that builder package. We also think your system may have been modified to allow remote commands or conditional responses. Conditional responses. He glanced toward the ceiling speaker over the entryway. The voice events. Waited for him to dismiss them as glitches. He didn't. That wording wasn't factory standard, he said. We'll have digital forensics pull the logs. Right now, it appears some routines were renamed or overwritten. Whether that was done tonight or earlier, we don't know yet. Do you know what they wanted? He looked toward the garage hall. Best theory right now: entry, concealment, and control. A house that can be selectively locked is valuable to the wrong people. The sentence sat between us. Valuable. Not haunted. Not cursed. Not chosen by fate. Just useful. That should have made me feel better. It did not. By 3:15, the paramedics were gone, uniformed officers were rotating out, and the crime scene techs had started moving with the slow, patient efficiency of people who expect to be in a place for hours after everyone else has emotionally left it. One of them vacuumed glass fragments from the kitchen with a portable unit that whined like a cheap shop vac. Another dusted the garage hall control panel. Outside, rain had thinned to a mist. Eli found my freezer packs and held one against his face while sitting at the kitchen island, careful not to lean on his bad shoulder. I should have stayed on the porch, he said after a while. The statement came out flat, like he'd been turning it over privately for an hour before offering it up. I was at the sink washing blood off my hands for the third time, even though the cuts were already clean. No. I saw him move to the side yard and I chased. If I'd stayed put, maybe he comes through the back without you seeing him. Maybe he gets farther. Maybe he gets to the panel. I shut the water off harder than I meant to. Don't do that. He looked at me for a long second, then nodded. That was the closest we got to the real subject of guilt that night. Neither of us had the energy to do more with it. At some point, an officer brought in a temporary wooden brace for the front door and told us not to rely on any of the smart locks until the system was professionally isolated and rebuilt from scratch. He said it like standard advice, the way you'd say, don't drink from the tap until the line's cleared. But there was something humiliating about hearing it. This machine layer, I'd paid extra for this polished, app-controlled skin over daily life, had failed in every way that mattered, then half saved me in ways nobody could yet explain cleanly. Around 4, Sorensen came back with a property form and a preliminary explanation of charges: burglary, assault on an officer, breaking and entering. More might follow, depending on what digital forensics pulled and whether the installation tampering connected them to other homes. He asked me if anything seemed missing. I almost laughed. I haven't checked. That's fair. I did eventually. Laptop, wallet, jewelry box from the bedroom, all still there. They hadn't come for valuables, at least not first. That was the detail that kept hooking into me when everything else blurred. Just before dawn, the house finally quieted. Not emotionally, just operationally. Most of the police were gone. The photographer had packed up. The ceiling speakers remained disconnected after a technician pulled the smart hub offline and bagged part of the ad on hardware from the utility closet. A portable floodlight outside the broken slider cast a weak white rectangle across the kitchen floor. And beyond it, the sky had turned from black to that washed-out marine gray Tacoma gets before sunrise. I made coffee because the machine was simple and manual and still obeyed buttons in a way that made sense. Grounds, water, switch. I stood there listening to it drip and felt, for a minute, almost normal. That lasted until the refrigerator compressor kicked back on after a temporary power reroute, and I flinched hard enough to spill hot coffee across my hand. Eli saw it from the island. "Still got reflexes," he said. I laughed despite myself. Then I started crying. Not dramatically. No collapse. No speech. Just tears coming because my body had apparently found an opening and taken it. I stood there in my kitchen with coffee stinging my fingers, crying silently while Eli watched with the helpless patience of somebody who knew better than to say it was okay. When I finally sat down, he slid the box of tissues toward me with his good hand and said, "We're getting rid of every smart thing in here." I wiped my face. All of it, all of it. The thermostat too, especially the thermostat. That got another laugh out of me, smaller this time, but real. By noon, a board-up company had replaced the broken lower section of the slider with temporary plywood, and a locksmith had installed a mechanical deadbolt on the front door that looked absurdly old-fashioned against the sleek black trim. The contrast comforted me more than it should have. The next 2 weeks passed the way aftermath often does, in fragments that would sound boring if I listed them, but felt enormous while living them. Dental appointment for Eli. 2 stitches inside his lip, crown scheduled, shoulder healing, but angry. Insurance calls. Detectives returning for a follow-up statement. A home systems consultant walking through the townhouse with a tablet and an expression that alternated between embarrassment and professional fascination. He recommended ripping everything out to the studs if I wanted certainty. I didn't, but I also didn't argue. I slept badly. The first 3 nights, I slept in the guest room at Eli's apartment because I couldn't bear the little startup chirps of appliances in my own place. His apartment was in Federal Way, over a bakery that started work at 4 in the morning. I woke at every oven cart rattle from downstairs and still slept better there than in my own bedroom. After that, I came back to the townhouse because not coming back had started to feel like another kind of surrender. I kept things simple. Lamps on plugs I could see, manual locks, a battery lantern by the bed. One old brass bell hung on the inside of the back gate, not for style, just so I'd hear it if it moved. Eli installed it without comment. The investigation moved in slow, official increments. The two men had not picked me personally. That came out first and mattered in a cold, almost insulting way. My house had been one of several flagged by the same subcontractors' leftover access knowledge and incomplete hardware records. Mine may have drawn focus because I'd recently activated the system under a new owner account, which told anyone watching that the property was occupied, configured, and worth testing. There were signs that the voice routines had been altered earlier, possibly during installation or shortly after, then left dormant. Some of the custom language mapped loosely to zone names and motion triggers. "He's here," according to one analyst, may have been tied to a perimeter breach event by someone with a habit of naming routines in plain language rather than technical terms. "Do not let him in" may have been linked to forced entry detection once the system recognized a specific door state mismatch. That explanation should have flattened the whole thing into software. It didn't. Maybe because it still left a human voice hiding inside human intention. Somebody had chosen those words. Somebody had left them there. A month later, I was back in the house full time. The bruises had faded from my hip and knee into those sickly yellow-brown ghosts before disappearing entirely. Eli's tooth had been fixed. The front door had been replaced. The hallway wall patched and painted. The kitchen glass gone. From the street, the townhouse looked exactly like itself again. Clean lines, quiet facade, nothing to warn anybody. That was the worst version of normal. One evening after work, I was carrying groceries in and had that ordinary little armful of domestic things, bread, detergent, green onions sticking out of a bag, when I realized I had paused on the threshold listening. Not for footsteps, for electronics, for some click or chime or soft synthetic inhale from the ceiling that would tell me the house had decided to speak again. There was nothing, just the distant wash of traffic toward Ruston Way, a gull somewhere over the water, a neighbor closing their car door. I went inside, locked the new deadbolt by hand, set the groceries down, and lived there. Mostly, that's the ending. Not peace exactly, just repetition softening the edges. Coffee in the morning, work calls, Eli coming by on weekends to help finish unpacking. Me still checking corners with my eyes before I rounded them, then hating myself a little for it, then doing it anyway. Ordinary life returning in layers thin enough to see through. The faint, unresolved part came 6 weeks later. I was changing a light bulb in the upstairs office, the one overlooking the back patio, when I found a sticker on the inside of the closet shelf. Tiny, almost hidden behind a stack of printer paper. White with faded gray text. Installer notation, probably forgotten during construction. It was just a code and a short handwritten label in black marker. Zone 4HE, nothing else. Could have meant heat, heater, hall east, anything really. Some abbreviation from some tired subcontractor months before I ever touched the place. I peeled it off and stood there with it pinched between my fingers longer than I should have. Then I threw it away. I did not tell Eli. I did not call the detective. I told myself, very calmly, that not every leftover scrap deserves a second life just because you once had a bad night in its vicinity. That might even be true. Still, every now and then, when the house settles after midnight and a board gives a small dry tick somewhere in the wall. I think about how easily language survives inside systems after the people who put it there are gone. And how some doors, once you've heard them lock the wrong way, never sound ordinary again. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.